and welcome to the Tuesday, April 6th, 2021 meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. This meeting is being held electronically to protect public health and safety due to the COVID-19 virus and to comply with orders issued by the governor, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and/or the Washtenaw County Health Department. We intend to conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person meeting. However, please be patient if there are technical issues. Public comment will be via telephone only. To speak during any of the public comment opportunities, please call 877-853-5247 or any of the other published numbers and enter meeting ID 929-1620-2435. This information is also available on the published agenda, in the public notices section of the city website, and on the broadcast of this meeting on CTN Channel 16, AT&T Channel 99, and online at a2gov.org/watchctn, where you'll select the government channel. Item number 2 is a roll call.
Good evening. Just as a quick reminder to commissioners, there's a new application for virtual meetings by the Open Meetings Act in Michigan. I noted this in a couple of emails to you, so I would ask that whenever you are attending a meeting virtually, it is now appropriate to not only indicate your presence, but from the physical location of where you are attending that meeting from. It need not be a specific address. The listing of a community is okay, such as from the city of Ann Arbor. Commissioner Mills.
Here, I am attending this meeting remotely from Ann Arbor's west side.
Commissioner Milstein. Commissioner Gibb Randall.
I'm here and I'm attending from Ann Arbor's west side as well, not too far from Sarah.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Abrams.
Here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Dish.
Here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Lee.
I'm here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Clark.
I'm here, attending remotely from Ann Arbor.
Y'all are not taking advantage of being able to work remotely right now. We have a quorum.
Very good. Item number 3 is introductions.
None this evening.
Very good. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. And before we move it, I just want to make sure that we are moving the edition that was posted online around 6:30, which, if you were doing a close comparison, has one fewer item of business. So the old item 10B became 10A. Hooray, hooray. May I have a motion to move the agenda? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Gibb Randall. Is there any discussion of the agenda as drafted? All in favor of the agenda, please say yes or raise your hand. Yes, and I see everybody. Commissioner Lee, there we go. All right. The motion carries. Item number 5 is the minutes of the previous meeting. We have those as well. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the March 16th, 2021 meeting? Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Any discussion or corrections to the minutes? All in favor of the motion as drafted, please raise your hand or say yes. Yes, that's everybody. Very good. The motion carries. Item number 6 are all of the reports. Councilmember Dish, do you have any report for us? We're reading your lips saying, oh.
Yep, I do. And of course I forgot to open it, so I'll just try to remember it off the top of my head. So council approved the annexation. No, that isn't right. Council approved the rezoning to public lands of both the Ruthven Nature Area and the Oakwood Nature Area. And then there were several annexation and rezonings having to do with wanting to hook up to Ann Arbor sanitary sewer, and we approved those too. And I don't remember anything else that would be of interest to you, but possibly Mr. Leonard will.
The only other notable item on the agenda was a first reading of short-term rentals, which was passed on first reading. So that'll be returning in about a month's time to the City Council for final consideration.
Very good. Mr. Leonard, do you have any other report for us?
Nothing too much. I'm still in the planning phase of our working session for next week. I'll probably be working with the chair to finalize that agenda if it proceeds. And then just as a reminder, I'll cover this also in future public hearings, but we have a joint session with the Transportation Commission on April 20th to consider an update to the city's master plan, specifically adoption of a new transportation master plan. And that's all.
Very good. Do any other commissioner, officers, or committee liaisons have anything to report? It's been a while since our last public meeting for this. The ORC did meet 2 weeks ago, and we discussed the items that are before us today. And I feel like maybe there was also something about the plan, the table associated, thank you, Commissioner Hammerschmidt, in terms of the site plan approval process and what goes into that. All right, we will move on to item number 7 then, which is our public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So tonight, the Planning Commission will be holding dedicated public hearings on the following. 614 South Ashley Edition, 2898 Packard Child Care Center, the creation of a transit corridor zoning district, and proposed amendments to the home occupation regulations. If you wish to address the Planning Commission on any other matter, now is the appropriate time. To comment on these other matters, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand. You do that by pressing *9 on your telephone. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and Mr. Leonard will call on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. You might need to press *6 to unmute yourself. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. And please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. So I see there are a number of callers on the line. If anyone has wishes to address the Planning Commission on an item that's not listed as a public hearing, you can press *9 now to digitally raise your hand. We'll give it a minute for the TV delay.
I see no indication.
All right, so we will close this opportunity for public comment and move to item 8, which is the public hearings for the next business meeting.
As I indicated before, we have one new public hearing scheduled for our next business meeting on April 20th. It is amendment to the city master plan through adoption of the Ann Arbor Moving Together Towards Vision Zero City of Ann Arbor Comprehensive Transportation Plan in accordance with the Michigan Planning and
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, on to item 9A. This is the petition for 614 South Ashley Street addition to an existing building, and this is for City Council approval. My understanding is that there is not a petitioner presentation tonight, so we'll start with Mr. Kowalski, then open it up for the public hearing, and then Planning Commission discussion.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. That is correct. Given the limited nature of the scope of the next 2 projects, we kind of just had staff go ahead and prepare a relatively simple presentation. So at this time, I'm going to try and share my screen, which hopefully works very smoothly. And can people see the screen? Hey, all right. Okay. There we go. Okay, so 614 South Ashley is here today before you. They are requesting permission, site plan approval, ultimately from City Council for, it's about it is a 289 square foot addition off the rear of the existing building. You can see the building outlined in yellow there. For some addition on the left for the aerial photo, some additional context directly at the top of that photo is the Washtenaw Dairy. So you can see it's a couple doors down from that. If you look at the zoning map on the right side of the screen, you do see the subject property is zone C2B. So that is a commercial mixed-use district. Directly adjacent to it to the west is R2A, which is a duplex residential zoning district. So the reason this is before you tonight is because it's a site plan for a building that's other than a single family residential. I'm sorry, it's anything but a single family residential, includes site planning at city council for city council approval on a commercially zoned property. So roundabout way, basically, it's because even if it's a residence, it's in a commercially zoned property, it requires a site plan for city council approval. So next slide, here we go. So the site plan in front of you, again, you can see the kind of dark lined area over here is the proposed building addition. It is directly cantilevered over a couple of the parking spaces. And there's also a deck that extends kind of off the rear of that. So it is only a second story addition. And again, underneath that, there's 3 parking spaces total on the site. There is 1 EV parking space that is required, and they have installed it. It's located in this area here. They're also installing a bike hoop up front near the sidewalk, which counts as the 2 required bicycle parking spaces. So there were a couple of other items on this site that were taken care of before it came to you. First of all, it is in the historic district, so it did require historic district approval, which it did receive in November of last year, so November of 20. There's also, excuse me, a requirement with any of the site plans for conflicting land use buffers when you have properties adjacent to sometimes other similar zoned properties, but the conflicting land use buffer is required, which is a 15-foot wide vegetated buffer strip. So obviously on this property, particularly to the south, you can see there is a shared driveway, which is a unique, well, actually it's not too unique around the city, but it's a feature of the site, which obviously precludes any kind of conflicting land use buffer along that southern side. And due to some of the area, again, along the western side, as well as the northern side to the top, the area did not allow for a full 15-foot conflicting land use buffer, as well as some of the trees and vegetation. They have planted it as much as possible, according to our landscape reviewer, and we can't really put much more in there, although it doesn't meet code. The Zoning Board of Appeals did grant the variances for the conflicting land use buffers. So basically that says it kind of meets the intent of the landscaping code as much as you can. So with that, again, I want to make sure there are a couple of landmark trees on the well, actually adjacent to the property that will be protected as kind of required by code. Some of them are already covered in multiple impervious surfaces over the years. Things have been packed down. And also there is a slight reduction of impervious surface on the parcel. So they are pulling a little bit back. I think it's about a little over, it's about 106 square feet. And that really addresses all of the issues from a site planning point of view. And at this time, staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
Matt, could you just touch on quickly the outstanding reviewer comments that were listed as the conditions to be addressed as part of the approval?
Yeah, there are some revisions that were needed for the engineering, as well as some of the plans that were not shown on the previous plan, that when the staff report was written for you, there has been a revised plan that was uploaded since that time that does cover again, some of the vegetation was left off. A couple of the trees were left out of the site plan in this area, but they were added to the subsequent site plan. So that this site plan does include those trees that were not included, that were mentioned as conditions. However, it has not been fully reviewed by the by our landscape reviewer. We did a tentative review, so that was something we would, and I think it's still in the motion as correct, as being resolved before council scheduling, and that should not be an issue at this time. I believe that was the only other outstanding issue. There was one thing regarding mitigation concerns that they need to know during construction, whether or not, if the footing drain, if the existing building is connected to, if a footing drain is connected to that, so if they remove that, they get some credit towards the mitigation calculations for that. So those were the issues.
I think there was also a reference to a walkway being treated in such a way that it was a non-slip. But just to echo Mr. Kowalski's comments,
in that area,
the motion does reflect that those being addressed before scheduling for city council. We don't anticipate that being any issue whatsoever.
Yes, there was an additional painting that was required to clear the walkway, to clearly delineate the walkway from any travel lane area there. And they wanted the request of a non-slip, a slip resistant material. So that's correct. And that concludes the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I will now open the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed 614 South Ashley site plan. Public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand one by one using the last 3 digits of your telephone number. In order to electronically raise your hand, you please press *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement once the host is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds or the television so that we can hear you clearly. Please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. Would anyone on the line like to make a comment during this public hearing? If so, you can press *9 on your phone.
Few more moments here.
Okay.
I don't see any indication.
All right, very good. Then I will close the public hearing and move on to the proposed motion. So I'll read it. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the 614 South Ashley site plan with the modifications reflecting staff comments in the staff report prior to scheduling for city council consideration. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Dish. Any discussion of the proposed motion? All right, I will just comment that this is among the things that is on the list for consideration of whether this is a small or medium project that may not need to come before us in the future. So a
Interestingly
good
enough,
example, a
it's-
good recent example as we discuss that when those amendments come before us in a couple
Good
months.
timing, and it's less than 300 square feet. As interestingly enough, which I didn't even, so that was that number that we had. But good timing.
Very good. Commissioner Gibrandel.
Yeah, just one thing about some of the landscape stuff. I think the back makes a lot of sense to me, that they've kind of crammed in as much as they can in terms of screening. Am I seeing a stormwater area up in the front? Like, there's some species up there that are just making me wonder about what they've chosen, and if is that stormwater up in the front north part or no?
Ooh, I would have to go, I could go back and check at that plan really quickly. I know that, and I didn't cover that actually in my presentation. It was stormwater exempt because of it's less than 5,000 square feet.
Okay,
So
okay,
the
that's what I was
petitioner, or
wondering.
at least a representative, Jerry Sosnowski, is on the line too. I mean, you could ask him really quick, but I know that, thank you for reminding me that it is exempt from stormwater because of the size.
Okay, I guess I would just, and this is like a picky thing, they don't have to change it if they don't want to, but I guess I question Michigan lily as the thing they're using as their, like a big perennial, shade perennial area that they're using, which is kind of a picky plant. And so it's just not something you normally see in a site plan submission. It's more something that grows in much more conservative wetlands and things like that. And so it's up to them whether they want to try to keep those alive, but I would do something a lot more simple than that if I were them. So that's why I was asking if that was stormwater, because it's kind of a moist, it's like a
Right.
wetland plant. And so again, this isn't really code related. It's more like, do you know what you're getting yourself into to keep that thing alive, given that you're supposed to keep these things alive over time.
Yes.
They might consider using something that's a little more bulletproof than a Michigan lily, is what I would say, which has like quite a conservative coefficient on it, according to the state. So I know they're trying to go for native, but there's other things that are easier. So I guess that's all I would say about the landscape plan.
Thank you. We'll note that.
Anyone else? All right, Mr. Leonard, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Clark. You don't have to do that every time, but you can if you want to.
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Carries unanimously.
Very good. All right. The next item of regular business is 9B, and I will kind of introduce it while we're moving people in and out. This is the 2898 Packard petition for titled the Extraordinary Individuals Child Care Center Special Exception Use for City Planning Commission approval. So this one seems to be one that stops with us. It is not a recommendation for City Council. And Mr. Kowalski's got his slides pulled up.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, so that's correct. Actually, I was going to remind the commission as Chair Mills just did. So this is a special exception use only. There is no site plan associated with this project. So if it were to be approved tonight, this is the final step that is required. So again, a highlight on the site here, you can see on the left is the aerial photo. The church building is obviously near the top of that, adjacent to Packard Road. And it's just a couple across the street, like a block down or so is County Farm Park. And obviously this is adjacent to Mary Beth Doyle Park, and part of the creek actually kind of runs through the property there to the rear. Zoning wise, it's zoned R1C, so single family residential. Daycare isn't allowed use as well. It's an allowed use through special exception use approval in the single family residential district. So what, as part of the requirements for a special exception use, when there's no exterior improvements proposed, they are allowed to submit a previously approved site plan verifying those existing conditions are in place, which are verified and staff has verified. So again, really what we're here tonight is requesting, the petitioner is requesting special exception use approval for a daycare operation. So that's a Monday through Friday, 9 to 6-ish operation of the maximum of 60 children. No exterior improvements at this time. And again, special exception use. So if recommended by the Planning Commission tonight, that would be the final action. And there are no outstanding staff issues on this one. So staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
Very good. Now I'll open the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed Child Care Center Special Exception Use Permit at 2898 Packard Road. Public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand. You do that by pressing *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated message that the host is allowing you to speak, and Mr. Leonard will call out the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Please move to a quiet area, mute any background sounds, including television, and please state your name and address for the record.
Caller with the phone number ending with 604. Caller with the phone number ending with 604. You can unmute your phone and have 3 minutes to address the commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Wonderful. My name is Stephen Kunselman. I'm a neighbor of the site at 2885 Butternut Street. I'm also a former planning commissioner and city council member. So I just want to say how much I appreciate your service and thank you. I'm calling in to support the special exception use permit. I attended the community meeting that the petitioner held, a few months ago, and got informed about the project. I understand that there's probably at least 2 childcare facilities that closed on either side of the site along Packard, one closer to Platt and one closer towards Eisenhower. I think this site is very beneficial to the East Ann Arbor. It's centrally located. There's a lot of apartment complexes with children that I'm sure will be able to utilize this facility. It's also, as mentioned in the site report or in the staff report, that's adjacent to Mary Beth Doyle Park. In fact, it's right next door, and which I think is just great for the little children to have opportunities for environmental education, nature walks, etc. And there's also a playground on the other side of the storm pond. I don't believe there's any traffic concerns. I think that given that it is a church and has regular use as a house of worship, traffic hasn't been any problem at all from what I can tell. So again, I'm just calling to say I'm giving my support, and I think petitioner's a great person who's going to run a great operation, and that our community will benefit from this approval. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. If any other callers wish to address the Planning Commission on this item, please press *9 on your phone to raise your hand. All right.
None.
Then I will close the public hearing and read the proposed motion, which has a couple of parts. It's all one, but it's just long, as special exception use permits are. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission, after hearing all interested persons and reviewing all relevant information, finds the petition to substantially meet the standards in Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Section 5.29.5 Special Exception Use, and therefore approves the extraordinary individual's special exception use for a child daycare. This approval is based on the following findings. 1, the proposed use will be consistent with the R1C single-family residential district, which provides for related activities including religious assembly and daycare services. 2, the proposed use will not adversely impact traffic, circulation, or streets and road intersections based on the location. Packard Road provides access to the site, and the proposed use is consistent with other surrounding uses' traffic impact. 3, there is an existing site plan approved by City Council in 2000 on file in planning services. This special exception use approval is based on the following conditions. 1, a maximum of 60 children. And that the Ann Arbor Planning Commission approves the attached site plan, which demonstrates compliance with the applicable special exception use standards, as no physical development of the property is proposed. Can I have a commissioner move that this, moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Dish? Any discussion of the proposed motion? Commissioner Sauvé?
This is just kind of a curiosity thing. Is it typical that we put the business name and not the address in the motion? And would there be any if they did a different business name?
I mean, the special exception use is assigned to the address once it's approved, but I mean, you could add the address in there. There's been multiple ways of doing it actually, but we could add the address into the motion if you feel more comfortable that way.
I think that would improve it. I would suggest modifying it to be approves the extraordinary individual's special exception use at 2898 Packard Road.
For a child daycare.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is this one that we can just do as a friendly thing?
A good addition.
Or do you want a formal vote on it?
If it's friendly with Commissioners Sauvé and Dish, then I'm fine with it.
Great.
That was
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Thanks.
In addition to underscoring the importance of having daycare facilities in this growing city, I would also say that this is a fantastic use of parking that otherwise sits idle. I mean, these are extremely complementary uses, and I think that this is exactly the sort of thing that we ought to see more of, or that I'd like to see more of. There was one question that I had about the site plan, and on the site plan, I think it's to the west, there was shown a play area, and just in the aerial photos and like street view, it's been a while actually since I went to Mary Beth Doyle. I'm curious if there is an outdoor play area that's planned there. I know it's adjacent to the park, but especially for daycare, that can be a
right. You're right on that plan there, but it's not as in shape as it was, I think, originally on the plan. But the petitioner is on the line, so we could ask her, Ms. Allen, if she has plans to utilize that area and improve that.
Yeah, I would love that.
Okay. Ms. Allen, if you can unmute your phone or computer. There we go.
Hello.
Good evening.
All right, yeah. I was closing my background sounds. We haven't had any set plans yet. We hope to in the future, but just as of now, we wanted to get at least the daycare started and then see what we can do as far as playground and equipment and things.
Okay, great. Well, having still kids in daycare, I know like having an outdoor space to run around and being right adjacent to the park is fantastic. I hope that the fenced in area is able to move forward. And just the question for staff that it's shown on the site plan, they would be able to outfit that without coming back and having any
Yes.
additional.
And it's nothing that, correct, because although that work within there, again, is not something that would trigger a site plan normally. I mean, if they add playground equipment, I mean, if they start paving the whole thing over, that's a different story, but they wouldn't do that for a play area. So, but yes, so that would be perfectly acceptable to come back and improve that area. And even actually they can expand that area because it's with fencing and things like that. That would be the only thing necessary to really expand if they want to grow a little bit larger for that exterior play area. That would be acceptable as well. Because again, that doesn't trigger any kind of site planning action if they enlarge a play area outside.
Very good. Best of luck to you. And I hope that you have your 60 enrolled kids and are able to make the outdoor area happen. So
Thank you. We're super excited.
any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Leonard, I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauve,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Carries. It's approved.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right. Next item is 9C, which is the amendment to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code to create a new zoning district for transit corridors, and this would be for City Council approval. I see Mr. Leonard is moving staff around. We'll start with the staff presentation by Ms. DeLeo, and then we will open it up for the public hearing. So those who have joined via phone, we'll move to you once we hear the staff report. Commissioner Lee?
Hi, I'm just going to recuse myself from this and I will be listening from the public. So.
All right, very good.
Going as quick as I can.
Just out of clarification, Mr. Leonard, for an affirmative vote to move to council, is it 5 or 6?
6.
6. Okay, excellent.
And we've also invited Matt Carpenter again from the ride should any questions arise regarding transit service. So he is waiting for any questions that would be appropriate to direct there. And with that, Alexis, take it away.
Thank you. I'm going to try to share the correct just waiting for my red box to show up. Are you seeing the slideshow?
We are, and we're seeing your cursor mouse moving around too. Right now
Great.
it's by the R.
Fantastic. Okay, thanks. All right. Thank you. I will be presenting I will keep it as brief as I can, not my strong suit. about an amendment to the UDC, Unified Development Code, to create and establish a new zoning district. We've chosen the name TC1 for Transit Corridor District. In the interest of time, I am not going to go over the staff report in its entirety. I'm going to rely on the master plan review that's in the staff report, and I will not address that in the presentation. Instead, I'm just going to focus on what the proposed language is. Obviously happy to answer any questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to jump right into the proposed ordinance. Sorry, I have a toolbar here that I need to somehow move. Yeah, I know. Okay. There we go. Okay. So in the proposed ordinance, we are inserting an intent statement. It will be section 5.12.9. It has a general intent statement that describes the why and what is this district for. And there is a specific purpose statement. This is the where to use it, when to use it, criteria to help guide the Planning Commission and City Council. We describe that this proposed district should replace the O office, RE research, ORL office research light industrial, C2B business service, C3 fringe commercial, and M1 districts. It should front on a transit corridor, and we've identified 4 areas that meet the general and specific intent of this district. But we also indicate that there might be other areas that might be appropriate, and here's the guidelines that should be used to apply it. On the left side of the screen are the areas that are currently zoned C3 fringe commercial. The right side of the screen are the areas currently zoned C2B business service. Left side of this slide has O zoning office currently, and the right side has ORL, where you'll find those currently. Left side has limited industrial, the M1 district, and the right side of this screen has where we find the existing RE research district. Of the areas that we say that are appropriate for this district, TC1, are the State and Eisenhower area. It's outlined in pink, and this is the current zoning of it. The purple is O office, and the red is C3. And that's what you'll mostly find here in the State and Eisenhower target area. This is an aerial photo of State and Eisenhower. Again, it's very high level. Where the proposed TC1 district is appropriate is outlined in pink, magenta. What you might notice there is there's a lot of parking lot in this area, and there's a little bit of front yard. And that's sort of where we're hoping the redevelopment and infill will occur. This is the Washtenaw target area that we describe in the intent statement. From 23 to plat, the red is C3. There's some mustard color that's PUD, and there's one parcel of O, one parcel of R4B. Here's an aerial photo of that area. Less front yards compared to State and Eisenhower, but you'll notice right away all the parking lots. And so that's got a lot of redevelopment potential. Also, this area is not exclusively, but quite predominantly one story. This is the West Stadium target area. Red is C3 and C2B. There's a little bit of M1 in purple here, a little bit of office that's a different shade, but reads similar purple. And this is the air photo, similar to Washtenaw. You'll see a lot of surface parking here. Not quite as vast, but there's quite a bit of surface parking here. And again, not so much front yards. And finally, this is the Plymouth Road target area, current zoning. There's ORL in purple here, office and C3, a little bit of C1 and C1B as well. This is the aerial photo. It has sort of a mix between large parking lots as well as quite deep front yards that have redevelopment and infill potential. This is just one screen of the primary use table. Again, as part of the ordinance amendments, we are inserting a column into the table. You can see it's highlighted in yellow. The P aside next to each use, if it's a P, it is permitted. If the cell is blank, it is a not permitted or prohibited use. We are also proposing a new section or new paragraph in section 516.3, which are the use specific standards. 2 will be the transit corridor development use specific standards. Here's just a part of the table just to give you an idea and a flavor of what we're doing. We have 2 typologies, building types, which are mixed use buildings and townhouse or apartments. And we have slightly different standards for lot widths up to 250 feet and lots over 250 feet. 250 feet is about the size of a downtown block. And this is, when you have large parcels, we would like them to be broken up into roughly the size of a downtown block, which is a comfortable walking distance. And there's where the parameters were chosen. So here are some pretty crude graphics that won't go into the UDC, but they were prepared for tonight's meeting to give, to help with a visual, figuring some visual is better than none. And these illustrate the building use specific standards for mixed use buildings on the smaller size lots up to 250 feet. So this illustrates that it's a 2-story building. The second story is at least 75% of the first story. The first story is 15 feet high and has 60% transparency with its windows. This green represents a front setback between 0 and 10 feet. Here is the side setback area, and the frontage requirement is the lot width less 30 feet and any side setback that might be required. And here is for mixed use buildings on the larger lots, over 250 square feet. So multiple buildings on this size of a lot. Buildings are 2 stories again. First story is 15 feet. It has a maximum diagonal of 360 feet. That's the diagonal if you have a building that is 250 feet by 250 feet. The frontage is the 2 buildings combined, 70% of the lot width. Again, 0 to 10 foot setback here, 60% transparency. This building here is at least 750 feet from the street, so it can be 1 story, but still has a maximum diagonal of 360 feet. There are crude sidewalks connecting all of the buildings, and you can see that this site can be broken up into 4 blocks. We would like blocks to be replicated when you have a large enough site. And we also are adding a row into the mixed use zoning district dimensional table. T1 here. The dimensional table addresses floor area, setbacks, height, lot dimensions. Setbacks repeated. Our mixed use buildings have a maximum of 10 feet. Townhouse and apartment buildings have a maximum of 20 feet. Height limit in the district, TC1 district. The height limit is 120 feet. There is no unlimited height. The height limit is 120 feet. However, there are 2 ranges of lower heights as you get closer to residential zoning district proximity. Here's what I'm talking about with that. This table shows 2 things. It shows what the proposed height limits are for the TC1 district, but also has what the current height limits are. So in red, the red buildings and this red line is the height limit of R1, R2, and R4C. which is 30 feet. Now in the black, this black line and this black outlined building is the height limit of C2B, C3, and some O and some TC1. And what I mean by that is in the office district, when you are within 300 feet of residential, the height limit is 55 feet. In the TC1 district, after you apply your, and I should say that in the C2B and C3 district, you only apply a 30-foot side setback, and then the height limit is 55 feet across the district at all times. In the TC1 district, the height limit is proposed to be 80 feet, I'm sorry, backwards, 55 feet when you are within 80 feet of residential. Then when you are between 80 and 300 feet, the height limit is 75 feet. This is more than what you would find in a C2B and C3 district, and more than what the office district allows in this range. When you get more than 300 feet, the TC1 district allows 120 feet of a height limit. The office district is unlimited, but we are proposing a 120-foot height limit in the TC1 district. We're also adding some language in the conflicting land use buffer language to reference TC1 when you abut a residential zoning district or the PL district. Some notes for tonight's discussion. The attached ordinance contains some changes since the Ordinance Revisions Committee discussed it on March 23rd. Basically, the height limit has changed from 40 feet to 55 feet when you're within 80 feet of residential district. And that is so that it is the same as what is currently allowed in the underlying districts. There was talk about parking structures and being adjacent to the street and in a building. And there is no language currently in the ordinance. However, the Planning Commission might want to consider a floor amendment to reference TC1 in section 516.3L, which is the use specific standards for parking structures. And super simply, those requirements say that the first 25 feet of a building has to be another permitted use if the building is right next to the street and there's parking on the first floor. So you can have some of the building or a lot of the building be parking, but the first 25 feet, what is fronting the street side, has to be some other permitted use than parking. Also for discussion, the small lot frontage, which is the width of the lot minus 30 feet and any side setbacks. So this could be 60 feet in some cases where the parcel abuts a residential zoning district. This may be a little excessive. Maybe the deduction should just be a flat 30 feet, or maybe the deduction might be 45 feet, which is a 30-foot deduction allowing for a driveway and sidewalks adjacent to the driveway and so forth, plus a 15-foot conflicting land use buffer. And I'll make a note about transparency. There is none required for townhouses and apartments. For reference, 60% is required downtown. And some of the most desirable, visually appealing townhouses in town probably all at least have 40% transparency. I've got a couple examples. Now, I exhausted my abilities for terrible graphics, so I will just show you some buildings. This is what we're aiming for. This is a building that's barely 2 or 3 years old. It is the Reinhardt building at 2275 West Stadium. It is a 2-story building that is a 10-foot setback to the road. It's got a 15-foot first floor, at least 60% transparency there. It's 40 feet tall. Here are 2 more recent-ish buildings as well, 4 to 5 years old, I believe. These buildings are both 75 feet tall, give or take a couple feet, but these buildings are both 75 feet tall. They have first floors that probably approach 60% transparency. And they are residential buildings. They have a shallower setback, which would be allowed in the TC1 district, but these setbacks are slightly less than 10 feet. Here are some residential buildings. And this here in the upper left is the hub on East Huron Street. It's in the D1 district. It is required to have 60% transparency on its first floor. It's got a 2-story podium and then a high-rise above, but I'll focus on the 2-story podium. It's got 60% transparency. This building has a 0 setback as well. Here is a rendering of a approved project that's not yet built, but these are 3-story townhomes with doors, front steps leading to them, covered with a little bit of an awning there. These are about 60% or more transparency, an example of a townhome. And here in the lower left is the Blue Heron development. These are not 60% transparency, but I think they are an example of what would be acceptable along any of the corridors if you were talking about a townhouse typology. These are more like 40% transparency. And again, right now, we are not proposing any amount of transparency requirement for an apartment or townhouse building type. I'm close to wrapping it up, but I'll show you here the 777 Eisenhower building. It's tall building, but it's got a deep front setback, and that behind it's got a pretty big surface parking lot as well. And here is a little bit of a play just with an iPad, putting the yard building in front of the 777 Eisenhower building. Now, I'm not entirely sure that this building would actually fit in the front yard of 777, but I think it gives you a flavor of what we're kind of talking about. You know, we can add another layer of development in front of or next to existing buildings, and it would blend and it would fit in, and it would fit in well with what we've got existing. So again, I just blitzed through the proposed ordinance, and I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions about maybe the master plan or something else in the staff report. And I will just conclude by saying that with this package of amendments that were attached to the staff report, we are recommending approval of them. And if the Planning Commission also recommends approval of them tonight, they will move forward to the City Council at its next available meeting. And we have been asked by City Council to deliver to them proposed ordinance by June.
Very good. Mr. Leonard, I see your hand.
Thank you. I want to address 2 things. First of all, I want to thank Alexis for, I really appreciate, she put a lot of effort into try to provide some visual examples and representations to help illustrate this. And I think she did phenomenal work. On that issue, I just want to be clear. I have heard the commission loud and clear that you expect to have those types of visuals incorporated into the eventual ordinance. From a practical matter, I don't have that ability in-house to be able to do that. That's something I'm going to have to contract out. My intention is to do so, but I don't want to go through multiple iterations of those graphics. My goal is to actually identify sort of what the zoning district parameters are going to be. And again, I think we can provide other examples and references to our best ability, but I just want to acknowledge that I've heard the Planning Commission loud and clear. We agree that as this gets adopted, it needs to be quickly updated and modified to provide those visuals to reflect the text. But my intention at this point is to really do that as sort of a second phase of this after we are at a point where we know that the ordinance is adopted and it is in its current parameters and configuration. So that's all.
All right, very good. Let's open the public hearing and then I'll read the motion after that's all done. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed amendments to the Unified Development Code establishing a new transit corridor zoning district. Public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will call on those who have raised their hand digitally by pressing *9 on their phone. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and Mr. Leonard will call out the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Please move to a quiet area and mute any background sounds like your dog or whoever was just barking. And please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. And please do keep them to 3 minutes.
Caller with the phone number ending with 618. Caller with the phone number ending with 618. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, 214 Charles Street, and I'm excited to see some change here. I definitely ride my bike around some of these areas that you've been talking about, and it's no fun to see a sea of parking and to be a human in a place that's built for cars. And I think that it's high time that we start building the city start encouraging the city to build for humans rather than cars. And those two things, I think it's time to admit are you can't do both of those things at the same time. And if I had to choose, I'm on team human. So I'm excited about this, and I hope that it will bring more habitable space and more places that are fun in the city, more destinations for humans. I'm a little concerned that it might be too conservative for our current housing crisis. I think I don't know why we're arbitrarily limiting height especially since some of the zones it's replacing don't have limited height. And I don't have a good picture in my head of what 120 feet is, but I can't imagine a size of building that would be more offensive to me than the housing crisis and the price of housing in this town. So I say, make the city a place for more people to live so we can share our wonderful community, and make more places that are wonderful that we would like to share. And this is, I think it's a good step toward that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 786. Caller with the phone number ending with 786. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Will Leaf at 715 Lawrence, and great job improving the district. I just want to make some suggestions about the range of the district. And I served on the T1 committee back in 2017 when the project started, and there's been debate since the beginning about the range. And I argued then, as I would argue now, that the district should also be applied to light industrial corridors. And at that time in 2017, a staff member argued that allowing the district to be applied in those areas would quickly yield new housing, but it would displace light industrial businesses to the townships, and that this would be a bad result. I disagree. I think housing should be allowed to compete on equal footing with light industrial uses, and I think City Council's resolution supports the same. So I recommend making this district slightly more flexible. Specifically in the general intent statement, I recommend removing the specific reference to established commercial and office districts. You could just end that sentence right before that point, and you wouldn't then be limiting the places the Planning Commission could use the district in the future. And then for the specific purpose statements, I recommend eliminating them. most of our zoning districts don't have specific purpose statements, and the general intent statement provides guidance already. If you did want to keep the specific purpose statements, I suggest removing the text in the third statement about established commercial and office sites. And then in the second statement, removing the rule about only allowing rezoning requests on properties touching the corridor rather than just nearby. If a developer came and said, I want to build housing on South Industrial next to a bus stop, I think it would be crazy to not take that proposal seriously. I think at the very least that could be considered by the Planning Commission. And future Planning Commission should have that ability to consider those sorts of proposals. So I recommend allowing those requests. And the city's actually building affordable housing at 2000 South Industrial right now. So to not even consider market rate requests along that same corridor, I think would not be wise. So I have those suggestions. The final one would be flexible on height. I think on the 3-story minimum height limit on townhouses on the bigger lots could be removed to allow those 2-story townhouses you saw in some earlier slides. So yeah, tweaking those specific purpose statements in the general statement to not just apply to commercial and office sites, I think will allow this district to be applied in the future to other areas. It'll basically keep your options open and not limit future planning commissions from using this tool. So after you make those changes, I think this would be a really great tool. And thanks for all your work.
Great, thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 499. Caller with the phone number ending with 499. You can unmute your phone with *6 and address the Planning Commission. Caller with the phone number ending with 499. You can unmute your phone and address the Planning Commission.
Yes, Michael Hummel, 3473 Wooddale Court in the Wood Creek subdivision, and a former member. Michael Hummel, 3473 Wooddale Court, and a former member of the Wood Creek Homeowner Association. I want to advocate the removal of Washtenaw Avenue from the TC1 district.
Sir, it might be easier if you mute the TV for just a minute. There's a delay and it causes some weird things happening.
Thank you. Could you mute it? Anyway, I want to make several points. First of all, could you mute it? There you go. There you go. My wife is trying to do that right now. Sorry. Are we good to go now?
Yes, I think you're much better.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I hope the commission will remove Washtenaw Avenue from the ordinance. Currently, Washtenaw Avenue traffic is unreasonably congested, has been for years. Years ago, it was rated as a failing grade from those who studied it. To approve the ordinance would just increase congestion in that area. Secondly, the height limits of 80 feet to 120 feet to as many as 300 feet just are very appropriate for downtown, but are not congruent with the area, which is residential behind Washtenaw and mixed use along Washtenaw. Third, many of the advocates of this ordinance have said this is a way to increase affordable housing. And while the voters approved the affordable housing millage on city property, a look at the new development, both downtown and near downtown, and look at the rent and the prices and rentals show that really affordable housing, while a fine goal, is a myth. As applied to these areas, they would not be affordable. So thanks very, very much for your service on the commission, and thanks for listening to these comments. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 955. Caller with the phone number ending with 955, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Commission. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. Thanks so much again for your work on this topic. Super excited that it's coming to fruition. Also, by equal measure, a bit fearful of the opportunity cost of leaving a lot of land on the table as currently envisioned. I want to quickly recap what I covered in my email today, which I still hope you'll read anyway. Just to first encourage you to ask that staff at a minimum expand the length of the proposed corridors, particularly State and Plymouth, so they include parcels that are really right next to the U of M campuses and the hospital. Second, as a previous caller had alluded to, just please create a practical eligibility radius from the corridors to allow parcels to be rezoned to TC1 without physically abutting the corridor. Third, love you to consider including other corridors like industrial, Packard, South Main, Ann Arbor, Saline. Sitting through 15 years of different planning exercises, the community really thinks of all these arterial roads in the same basket and really wants reform on all of them. So if this current effort isn't covering them all, I would just ask you to think about a timetable for getting to them all. And fourth, again, this was alluded to previously, just allowing more zoning districts to be replaced now and in the future, especially including the R5 hotel district. And I also wish you'd be open to R4A, B, and D, which can also be found along corridors and are currently creating kind of holes in the maps that you have in front of you now. Technically these are residential districts, but they're professionally managed and they are, lower density, high parking ratio type places that I think should also have the opportunity to be redeveloped a bit more densely and car light. And last, I'd like to encourage you still to write in a provision that would mandate mixed use buildings with active ground floor uses on corners, say within 100 feet of a corner. I think playing the long game and thinking of how these areas might become kind of urban villages over time
30 more seconds.
Would give them the opportunity to have real nice walkable amenities on the ground floor instead of a Comerica Bank or something. So in sum, this is a great district. It's pretty much superior in every conceivable way to virtually every multifamily zoning district that we've got. So I don't think there's a reason to postpone or delay this process, but I do hope you would move this forward to council with some map expansions and some ordinance language flexibility. Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 617. Caller with the phone number ending with 617. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Jonathan Levine. I'm at 456 Hilldale Drive, and I thank the commission and staff very much for the work on the zone and the improvements to the zone. I strongly urge approval of the zone, so nothing I'm about to say is designed in any way to delay approval. I do think there are some improvements that could be made. I'll start with a smaller issue and go to a couple of larger issues. The smaller issue is the mandate for 3 stories in residential buildings on larger parcels. So I assume the intent here is to increase housing supply production, for example, in the 3rd floor of an apartment building. I worry that an outcome that's at least as likely is spurring the development of 3-story townhouses, which would be large and undoubtedly very pricey. I don't think that we have a city interest in mandating large housing units, quite the opposite if we're concerned about affordability. So I recommend permitting but not requiring floors beyond the 2nd, even on the larger parcels. The second larger issue is how the city ought to be conceiving of this task. So the staff report indicates that nothing about the work done to date will preclude city-initiated rezonings. Well, I'd really suggest turning this around. The Planning Commission's expectation should be that the TC1 zone, which is initially enacted as a floating zone, will ultimately be the zone to guide development of these corridors into the future, and to begin that city-initiated rezoning immediately upon establishment of the TC1 zone. Delay would only produce a counterproductive patchwork of conflicting zones on adjacent parcels. The third, and I want to echo what a few other callers have said, it pertains to the extent of the zones, both in terms of length and in terms of width and in terms of additional corridors. I think that the most important of the additional corridors is South Industrial, with its proximity to Central Ann Arbor and its frequent bus service. The staff report expresses concern about harming rather than helping the transit system by extending the area for transit supportive zoning beyond the constrained corridors that it specified. I disagree with this reasoning. Zoning for lower densities and mandated parking ends up expanding the transportation system, but on the automobile side.
30 more
Having
seconds.
the problem of new bus riders instead of new drivers would be a terrific problem to have, even if those new bus riders come from beyond the very tightly circumscribed corridors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 949. Caller with the phone number ending with 949. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, my name is Adam Juskevich. I'm at 1430 Las Vegas Drive, right near one of these areas, the West Stadium corridor. I'll be brief. I already sent an email supporting this. I do support it. And I'd just like to echo some of the other callers I would like to see this just be more ambitious, more corridors, larger corridors, longer. I like the idea of South Industrial being part of this. Make them able to be expanded in the future, and just a little bit more. I recognize that this is possibly a contentious issue, but I just think we could go a little bit further. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anyone else on the phone that wishes to address the Planning Commission for the public hearing, please press *9.
Caller with the phone number ending with 156. Caller with the phone number ending with 156. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. My name is Blair Gertis. I live at 3480 Wooddale Court, also on property that would be adjacent to the corridor along Washtenaw. And as an earlier caller alluded, I'm very concerned about the increased density and traffic along Washtenaw. As someone who travels it daily and has for almost 2 decades, increased density is a significant concern, and would request removal of at least Washtenaw from this plan, and also having concerns with some of the specific features that you've identified, such as having parking structures. I know it was mentioned they might not front the corridor, but having a parking structure that would be adjacent to residential property would be a significant concern, particularly with safety, for example. And also the unlimited potential for height is a concern with the issues with blocking sunlight and the noise and the other adverse impacts that it would have on daily life for people who live adjacent to the Washtenaw corridor and have to travel it daily. So I really appreciate the time and effort that's put into this, and would hope that you would take the concerns of residents who use the corridors on a regular basis and live nearby and would be adversely impacted by this new zoning potential, that you would take them seriously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 340. Caller with the phone number ending with 340. You can unmute your phone using *6 and address the Planning Commission.
Greetings, Planning Commission. Luis Vasquez from 1442 Pontiac Trail in the 1st Ward here in Ann Arbor. I'm going to be very brief. I don't need to add to a lot of what's been spoken about, particularly by Mr. Leaf, Mr. Westfall, and Mr. Levine. I'm in total agreement with their comments and just speaking in support for making these changes. However, my only criticism is that they don't go far enough. I think that you need to consider wider corridors, longer corridors. I mean, really, go big, go large, and adopt a more aggressive timeline with these proposals to build. We are still in a very profound housing crisis in Ann Arbor, and we need more housing to be built. And with the additions of mixed use buildings along these corridors, I think that would go a long way towards filling the gaps. I want to thank you for your time. You're doing great work, and carry on.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 534. Caller with the phone number ending with 534. You can unmute your phone and have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. This is Tom Stahlberg. I'm calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. I want to thank staff for the considerable amount of homework done to demonstrate the consistency with the master plan of this initiative. I'll cut to the chase. There's still a step that was missing, and a zoning ordinance is the codification in the law of a plan. The master plan as it stands does not have sufficient detail to be codified into law. So how do we get from the master plan as it stands, as you've documented in your homework, to the actual codification into law of the specifics? Well, through the Planning Commission meetings that you've been involved in, that some of us have participated in, and this public hearing right now. And those all demonstrate exactly what a master plan process would involve. And it would involve the broader community, and it would involve an exploration of some of the pros and cons of the issues. And then we would be here after revising that master plan, perhaps with specific definitions of the corridors and the areas. And we would have those areas master planned for TC1. And then there's no confusion when a developer comes for a rezoning who's in one of those areas and is able to say, I would like to be rezoned to TC1. And look, the master plan for this parcel says that it's master plan for TC1. So we really did skip a step, and it's unfortunate. When you skip a step, often there's some errors that are made, some things that aren't taken into consideration. And the biggest part is that the input that goes into the master plan, and something like this that is pretty broad across the city, that really belongs to a larger element of the community. So a very small number of us who are paying attention to this have gotten to participate as if it was a master plan process. But it's been a very limited number of people. And if we had done a full master plan process, if we had taken that extra step, what's been done is all consistent with good planning and zoning, except for skipping a step and combining the final 2 steps into one. And that shut out a good deal of our community from being able to participate. And we have a lot to learn from each other. And there
30 more seconds.
Probably a lot of good ideas out there. And the idea is that the community, we want our master plan to be the community's vision, and we want our zoning ordinance to simply codify that into rules. And we've taken the visioning and the rulemaking and combined them into one, and that really isn't the proper process. So let's hope it works out, and I wish we had followed the proper process. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the line who wishes to address Planning Commission during the public hearing? If so, please press *9 on your phone.
All the callers on the line have already spoken.
Very good. Then I will close the public hearing and read the motion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve amendments to the Unified Development Code to create a new zoning district named TC1 Transit Corridor, because creating a district and the proposed permitted uses, use-specific standards, and dimensional standards are recommended by numerous goals and actions in the city master plan for increasing density along transit corridors. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. By show of hands, does anybody need a 5-minute break before we start discussion, or does anybody need a 5-minute break before we just start discussion? Okay, we will take that after this. I need a stretch break then. Who wants to kick off discussion? Commissioner Abrams.
Thank you. I thought maybe it'd be good to kick off our conversation by getting clarification on like eligibility and kind of target zoning, and just make sure that I understand that, and also that for the public's understanding. So my understanding is that staff has identified corridors that they consider to be good candidates, but that there's not a legal limitation to only those parcels being eligible for TC1 zoning. But could you correct or confirm my understanding?
I can confirm your understanding. When push comes to shove, there is no requirement that that your zoning map be absolutely spot on, consistent with your master plan. And also there is no, when push comes to shove, there is no requirement that your master plan 110% match your zoning ordinance and zoning map. They are supposed to work in harmony, but it is known, it is understood that the legislative bodies can find unique circumstances and extenuating circumstances, and they are free to make their legislative decisions. So the intent statement should operate as a guide and parameters. But if the Planning Commission and City Council find that there is a spot that this is appropriate for, they are, I'm trying to think of a legal word, but I can't, so I won't. They can legislate as they see fit. So just because it's not included in the boundaries does not mean it can't be. Also, maybe something that's in the boundaries that we've described, they deem it not appropriate. And I think also we've taken some care to write the intent statement to allow that little bit of flexibility and interpretation by speaking in generalities.
So maybe to follow on to that, we heard a couple of people mention South Industrial as an example of a corridor that's not specifically called out in the ordinance, but that they think might meet the criteria. If the ordinance were adopted as written, would a property owner with a parcel on South Industrial face a greater hurdle or a larger burden to being rezoned TC1 than somebody, say, on South State who was included in the kind of target zoning? I'm trying to kind of just understand, the impact of inclusion in the language versus not, since it seems like it's a kind of guidance, which is offered as a way to illustrate the intent, but not to be limiting. But yeah, maybe just.
so I would say all of this plays out and is approved as proposed. Then I would say to some property owner developer on South Industrial, what I would say to any other developer, if they are have a proposal that is not supported by the master plan or is not supported by the intent statement of one of the other districts. And I would say everyone is entitled to their day in court, so to speak. And I will take your rezoning application and I will analyze it and I will send it to the Planning Commission and City Council. But it is the first test is it consistent with the master plan, and is it the right, have you picked the right zoning designation request? And if it's not consistent with the master plan, it is your responsibility to point out why the Planning Commission and City Council should set aside that master plan recommendation and instead approve your rezoning request. So, and I would say the same thing. If somebody can make an argument, make a case that they have similar characteristics, that the end result will achieve the goals of the TC1 district, I think it has a shot, but it would be up to the Planning Commission and City Council. So I don't think anything would be dead in the water for South Industrial if everything plays out as proposed. I think though that it would probably take an exceptional proposal to really lay out the case for all of the goals are met. I don't think that South Industrial is necessarily a bad corridor for zoning changes. I just think that it's not what we have tailored TC1 for. I think it needs its own. I think it needs its own either actual amendments to the M1 district, or maybe it's TC2 or something along those lines. But I think that digresses from your actual question.
No, it's it helps. I mean, I think if I'm hearing you correctly, there would be a greater hill to climb.
Yeah, I would respond to that in a similar way, that without South Industrial being included in those sort of identified corridors, I would sort of restate what Alexis was saying a little bit differently. If a property owner came to us and said, do you think TC1 could work here? We would have that conversation with them to say, off the cuff, it doesn't seem like a natural rezoning. What is it about your project that you think that it meets those intention? How is it going to relate to the surrounding land uses, patterns, the like? That's quite different than the same project coming in one of those designated areas where that is going to be, the city has already made both ordinance and policy decisions to say, yes, this zoning is deemed appropriate for these corridors in this location. That is, while I can't predict the outcome of Planning Commission or City Council, I would communicate that seems very possible to likely, because we have set that direction. And from a development perspective, there are risk in both of those, but there is less risk in the one that comes with a greater assurance or likelihood that that actually happens. So I would say that yes, it would make for a heavier lift, less likely in South Industrial if it's not included. But to Alexis's point, it's not to say that we shouldn't look at that. Certainly if the Planning Commission thinks that that's appropriate now, that's a change that we can designate, or that might very well be what is the next version of this. That might be something the Planning Commission says, we definitely are sure that the corridors identified are appropriate. We'd like to get the ball moving on those. However, let's come back to South Industrial or maybe other corridors to see, is it the same district appropriate there? If yes, then that can follow. If not, what are the modifications that would make it appropriate in those areas?
Okay, that helps my understanding. I have other questions, but I want to let other people get in, so I'll move to the back of the line.
Commissioner Gibrandel.
Yeah, I'd like to follow on that. What made South Industrial, Alexis, to you, different than the other corridors, because if I'm, there is bus service there. Are there kind of dimensional issues going on there? Or is it what the caller was referring to or alluding to, like that we might end up hurting sort of districts that by, that where we need some industrial use? Like what was it about it that made it unattractive for you all to consider that as a possibility? I'm just curious. You all have taken a much deeper dive than I have, so I would love to hear what you all, what were the different parameters that led you away from that?
Two reasons primarily. First is it's South Industrial, and I don't think that residential uses are as compatible as adjacent or amongst commercial and office. I also think there is some value of keeping a place in town for those uses that can be a little bit messier than traditional office or commercial. There is, the reuse center, and there's some facilities like that, and they have outdoor storage and they have things like that. And we need a place for those because our community values those businesses. We use those businesses. And I just don't think, when you look across the entire city, I don't want to funnel residential uses there when there are easier fits to that. Now they do have great bus service on South Industrial, but and a third would be if we introduce residential there. There's really not much commercial, so we're getting two different uses as part of a development. But I don't think it's the best mix of uses to support all of your daily needs. There could be housing there, but there's not the potential for, say, grocery or pharmacy as, say, Washtenaw or West Stadium has. And so I feel that if you look across the entire city, there's better fits to introducing more variety and more housing than South Industrial. Now, I'm happy to discuss, but that's where I was shying away from applying TC1 on South Industrial, because I think that it meshes better with the other districts.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw Commissioner. Feedback is terrible. I don't know if you saw Commissioner Gibrandel that Mr. Carpenter had his hand raised. Is it okay?
Please. Yeah, no, I would love to hear from you. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, and for the permission to sort of speak out of turn. Certainly the transit service on South Industrial is robust and not going anywhere, so it could certainly support the ridership. I would note you have an active rail corridor adjacent to the location, which is not the best neighbor. And then I just wanted to reinforce something Alexis said. One of the not great neighbors down there is going to be us. The ride has its main garage at 2700 South Industrial. And as a general rule, I never attempt to put a bus facility near a residential area because the blowback is almost always fatal to the project. Similarly, I would urge against putting residential near a bus garage or any facility like a bus garage, because we're going to be, someone's going to decide they really need to overhaul that transmission at 1:30 in the morning, and you're going to hear it for a couple hundred feet. So there are industrial uses that are really not all that compatible with residential stuff. And South Industrial is one of the few places in town where those sorts of activities can occur. The Rides bus garage isn't going anywhere, but it's certainly not the thing that would make or break your decision on this point. Just an observation.
Commissioner Gibrandel, you still have the floor.
That's fine. That's helpful to hear. I think it does. It is I can understand how you kind of need a place in town where things can get a bit messy, and it's okay for that to happen because of the different uses that are there. It is kind of a mix of uses there. There is some commercial in there too that's not just kind of industrial. And then, you know, one of the housing sites for Ann Arbor Housing Commission is potentially in there too, which is very real also. So it's a little marginal in weird ways. And it is something that is awfully close to town and is on the bus route. And so you could make an argument that it's like, well, this is the way Ann Arbor is going. And some of those uses maybe should be further outside of town rather than in town, and something that is so connected to downtown. But I can see how you do need a spot kind of for some of the things that are a little rougher around the edges, and then nobody's, you know, all of them are that way. And so they're not bothered by that. So it's helpful for me to hear your thinking around it. So thanks.
Commissioner Clark.
Kind of mentioned that was helpful clarification on the reasoning, but I'm curious if we might be just given the way that like industrial uses are going away from things that have heavy emissions and things like that, that we might be limiting things unnecessarily here. Because looking at a map right now on Google, and there is a whole lot of I would say underutilized space, but then there's also things like there's a charter school. It's not far from the Conlara school, and I have to wonder if some of these sites, I'm certain, I feel like next to the bus depot, I'm pretty sure developers have a good idea that it's not really the most desirable site either. So maybe that end just won't end up utilizing this. But I think that there could be other parcels further down, especially as it gets closer to, there's quite a few different little amenities, and I just want to make sure we're not limiting ourselves unnecessarily, and considering maybe the future direction once housing does become more dense in this area, it could help with things like, I think it was the Lucky Market that closed around there. I feel like a grocery store would be more able to sustain if there was more population on this side of town, but that's just kind of wanted to throw that out there.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then Commissioner Sauvé.
Thanks. I have a couple process related questions, but I want to sort of follow up on the industrial discussion. First, I really want to vote on this tonight. I don't want us to postpone it, so I don't want to say anything that would make that happen. But would it be possible? Well, let me start with my process question, actually. If we did want to expand this to other areas for rezoning, but we felt that we needed to take a little bit more time to, do a deeper look into areas like industrial or Packard, what would that process be? So say we pass this tonight, is it up to us to put it on our work plan to be investigating these other corridors that might be either ready for TC1 or a TC2?
Yeah, so that could happen in a couple of different ways. If to your first point, if this is acted on now by Planning Commission and it proceeds to City Council, and City Council takes similar action, one thing that could happen is City Council could, not unlike the resolution that you're responding to now, say, okay, now that this zoning district has been established, Planning Commission, we want you to go back and identify the first area that should be rezoned to this. So that could happen in that way. Alternatively, you are the Planning Commission. You can direct that work as well. You could resolve that, this is a great first step, but on whatever time frame and prioritization of your other plans, you could say, now let's talk about this for other corridors. We'd like to sort of focus in on maybe adding corridors or adjusting it. So it could happen in either way. So you could be directed, but if it's something that you as the Planning Commission were interested in, I would say you don't have to wait for that. You just start that work.
Okay, well, I guess I will just say then that whether or not we are directed, if we vote on this as it is tonight, I would be interested in opening up conversations about how to apply it to other corridors. I think we're hearing a lot that, people are really interested in expanding this. I think Alexis has done amazing work and a lot of detailed work on these 4 particular corridors. So I don't want to hold it up over, a question over whether or not it applies to industrial, for example. On the point of industrial though, would it be possible to again, looking at the map and just knowing the street, like the northern half of it seems like this might actually fit. Do we have any constraints on like the length of this zone? Or was it really just more about the distance to transit? So we could apply it to like a half-mile length if that fit the best. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's no length parameter at all. It's more of what is the existing, what's the underlying zoning. There is a description about depth, how deep it should go off the corridor, but it's more about depth, and the depth is because walking distance to the bus stop, but along the length of the corridor is not specified. It's intended for you take it out as far as you need to go until you hit that next land use where it's appropriate to stop.
Okay, that makes sense.
I do think, but the north end of South Industrial has commercial zoning, especially the chunk between Stadium and Stimson. That's where you'll find the commercial zoning.
Okay.
And I think that is the type of area where the intent statements are broad enough. If someone came in and said, I'm already commercially zoned, there's one of my parcels is industrial, but this is what is surrounding, I'm already on a bus line. That's the type of candidate that I can see making a very convincing argument to the Planning Commission and City Council. Like, I'm not described here, but look, I share all the same characteristics. And I think that petition should be taken very seriously. I don't think though that a petition farther south, right next to the ride facility, should be, is as strong of a candidate. And I just thought I have to mention, someone said, well, the spot right next to the ride, that's probably a cheaper parcel than anywhere else in town because it's right next to the ride. And there's all of the rest of the city to consider for what is the best fit. And I think that if we would rezone the entire South Industrial Corridor, we would probably see residential very fast because it's among the cheapest property in town because it's right next to a bus garage.
No offense, Matt.
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of an equity issue here as well. Of all the area in town, that's the hill that you're gonna stand on for residential. I'm not convinced that's where TC1 should go. That's where it should go for those reasons.
Yeah, no, I mean, and also from a public health standpoint, again, no offense, but that is not the best place to put a residential use.
No offense taken.
I'm sure it's a beautiful bus garage. My second process question, Mr. Leonard, you started to get at this, I think, when you said that City Council could direct us to identify the priority for like rezoning. So my question was going to be, I don't know how everybody else feels. I still believe that we should be proactively rezoning these rather than waiting for people to come to us. And I know there's a public participation process and there's a process involved in that. So I guess I was just curious your thoughts on that process. Like, is that something then that City Council would typically direct us to do? Or again, is that something that we could decide as Planning Commission, we pass this and now we say, okay, now we want to start the process for actually rezoning these corridors?
I guess I would,
It can occur either way.
Yeah, it can occur either way, but I'd suggest if you have the Planning Commission feel strongly about that, that's your role, is to advise the council. If you are resolute that the commission believes that we should start proactively zoning properties to this, I would suggest you start on that. I don't know what the sort of benefit would be waiting to see if that direction comes. It could happen either way. Maybe it comes, maybe you establish that it's something you want to do, but it's after some other large scale ordinance amendments you want to tackle first. The city council could say, no, we want you to do this first. But generally, my advice would be, if it's something that the planning commission feels strongly about, take that initiative. You have every ability to put forth recommendations as the planning commission that you think would better the land use planning and regulation in the city, and just get started on it.
Okay, I would love to hear again everybody else's thoughts on this, but I think, you know, once this passes city council, I'm assuming we have to wait for that, I would like to start talking about like what the process would be to actually rezone along these corridors. I also just, a couple callers, I think, or maybe just one, mentioned something about a concern about unlimited height. I just wanted to like extra clarify to everyone that we are not talking about unlimited height with this zone. And then a couple people mentioned the 3-story height on townhomes. And I know we talked about this at ORC, but it struck me again when I was looking at the table, like I'd be okay with dropping that back down to 2. One of the callers talking about a 3-story townhome, that especially concerned me. I could actually see that happening and just getting giant homes. I don't think that was the intent of it, but would be open to hear what other people think about that. I think that's it for now.
Commissioner Sauvé, I think you were in line next, and then Commissioner Dish.
So I'll get on that South Industrial Hill. And I think a couple of the reasons, Alexis, you made the argument of in other areas, if I'm not in the describe but meet the characteristics, we're creating undue burden for those sites. And so to remove the specific purpose statement and have a very clear general intent statement allows us to just say, these are the expectations and boxes that we check. And if you check them, great, like you all meet that review. Rezoning is always at the discretion, you know, like when we review this with the master plan, you've done like the great homework for the master plan that it's right at our hands to review every site, regardless of its corridor location, to see if it matches based on this. So I think a tighter general intent statement, removing those corridors, still gives us the cross check to meet a lot of the requirements and goals of this thing. We have a housing crisis. So if we're talking about Housing Commission doing stuff on South Industrial, and that's the only housing, and that we can't create paired and complementary housing, that doesn't meet our housing goals. And just because it's better fit in other areas, if we have economical land, which I also don't believe, because industrial manufacturing land and real estate has skyrocketed over the past year. But if we do have land anywhere that checks the boxes, it should be a priority to make the housing. And I don't think we should restrict it. So I like, that's where I stand. And I look to the future of this and how we expand it beyond fronting the corridors as well. I think 2-story townhomes behind all of this zoning along the corridors is a perfect scenario to kind of copy and paste some of that, because if we're talking about higher density residential behind these corridors, so that we can incentivize true mixed use on these corridors, so we have more walkable amenities, and then we build that density backwards like you talked about with depth. And I see that as the next phase. But for me, I really am in the kind of removal of these little zones, and that the general intent statement tightened up is going to do a lot of that work for us and give us more opportunities relative to land costs, how, you know, developers can do a land assembly, where those opportunities might just lie, and like missed areas that we might not have thought of, but we still have a review process in place at this point to make sure it matches. And I think putting those guidelines in place and opening up the opportunity is what we need to do for a housing crisis. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Dish.
So I would love to actually know what the value of the parcels are along South Industrial. Because while I agree that we have a housing crisis and we should put things wherever we can, the market would drive to using up the cheapest stuff first. And I don't necessarily want multifamily housing in an industrial area and not on State Street when State Street is available too. And you know, there, as we have gone through evaluating the affordable projects on city-owned land, there are the very strict requirements from the federal government about where you can locate things. And if we're opening up opportunities, I want these to be desirable opportunities and not the bottom of the barrel opportunities. And I'm afraid that the market gives us the bottom of the barrel first. And so we might want to, but this would all be contingent. Lisa, you're suggesting that those parcels may not be as cheap as we think. I suspect the one next to the bus garage will be a bargain. So, but I also take the point that maybe we would just be zoning north industrial that is near the commercial uses, TC1. So anyway, I'd like to hear a little bit more about that as we go on and evaluate more sites. I did want to put on the table for discussion the suggestion of extending Plymouth to Murphin. And I guess also, and then I guess beyond to the hospital. I'm wondering if that's a concern because of bus service or, yeah, I mean, if there was a reason, because that's definitely a burgeoning commercial area. There are grocery stores, there are restaurants, and then there are a bunch of dorms. And as much as I love students, it would also be nice if lecturers and people who make my coffee at the coffee shop there could live along that corridor. So I'm just wondering what the thought was on limiting the Plymouth extent.
I can say that I took out the Plymouth corridor as proposed, encompasses the existing districts that we're seeking to replace. Now we can relook at the map again. Maybe it should go down to Murphin. That Murphin, Upland, Plymouth node. There's in the courtyard shop development. I'd have to think more whether it should maybe extend all the way down to say Broadway and Maiden Lane. And Wall Street area. I think that is more of a node, and probably gets it, and I think should get a different treatment than our vision for a transit corridor.
Well, yeah, so please do consider up to Murphin, because it's not just courtyard shops, it's also, I mean, that one is great, but then there's the Panera, and then there's the mosque, and a little bit further, but then you get the Kroger, and then you get the salad place and the Starbucks and all of that are, so it got revitalized after Pfizer left and it shut down, it got revitalized.
On this issue, because I think pretty much everybody else has weighed in, I'll weigh in and say I had the same questions. I actually, in going back and reviewing the staff report on the master plan, like there are corridor studies for 3 of the 4 that are named that call for this. And I feel like in terms of linking master plan to generation of a zoning district to then proactive zoning, that's inherent in those. I feel like that is easy to justify. Personally, I think I wouldn't go as far as what Commissioner Sauvé recommended, which is cut out the kind of the specifics, but I would actually weaken some of the specifics. There is the word only is used multiple times, and I think that is actually tying our hands perhaps a little bit too much, and I can make those suggestions a little bit later, but like to put it out there, only what if there is an R4B that is surrounded by everything else? Like in my mind, that ought to be on the table if somebody is assembling all of those parcels. So I would move towards cutting that part to to make the bar not quite so high for the industrials. But I would also, this is, you know, the idea of like, we don't immediately translate a master plan into a zoning ordinance. It takes time. We have a tome of master planning, right? That we are finally getting around to creating this district to enact what was in Reimagine Washtenaw and the State Street corridor study, right? Like, even so, there are some places where I think we probably need to before we're proactive in rezoning, perhaps Eisenhower or industrial, where I'd like to give it more thought, like in terms of going back and seeing if the specific recommendations within the master plan still fit, or, you know, asking for more master planning. I don't think we need to do that for this whole thing. We have tons of master plans that suggestions that we haven't implemented yet. And the corridors that we're listing right now are among those. Like, hooray that we're finally getting around to it. So, but I think I would lean towards sticking with the corridors that we listed, but weakening some of the where else it could be applied and taking out some of those onlys in the specific recommendations. And so to that end, I was curious about, I don't disagree with the kind of characteristics of Plymouth, but I'm wondering, that wasn't in the master plan kind of part of, you know, in the part of the staff report, Alexis, and I'm wondering if there were, you know, you are much more familiar with the tome, the multi-volume master plan that we have. So is that from the Northeast Area Plan, or kind of in part to get to Commissioner Dish's point about where do you draw the line, like for that particular corridor?
I believe that there, so there's no longer a Northeast Area Plan. It's a chapter of the land use element, which is in itself a piece of the master plan. There are some site-specific recommendations throughout the old Northeast area, the Northeast part of town. There are some site-specific recommendations. I feel like there is one for the Plymouth Murphin quadrant. I don't recall what it says off the top of my head. My guess is that it doesn't use the word transit corridor. My guess is that it probably says, it gives a mixed use commercial recommendation, is what my guess is. I think I feel confident that the planning, whatever is specific in the master plan, is going to talk about that as a node, and it is distinct from the Plymouth commercial corridor. But I'm happy I will do that follow through and research. I think that we'll see what amendments get made and direction of Planning Commission. I think that maybe this moot is not the right word. I see the direction might be that the intent statements get slightly weakened, broadened. So I think that even if we do relatively modest changes to the actual language, I think then there's the support there. If somebody comes in with a great proposal for an area outside of my maps for illustrative purposes, then they meet the characteristics. They're gonna have a strong argument. Alternatively, when it comes time to do a city initiated rezoning, it can be included, it can be studied. And then the burden would not be on the developer to come in with a strong case. You know, we can make that case for them on their behalf.
In terms of the overall specific, and we've been focusing on specific corridors, but I think one of the other things that I was curious about was, that's in number 3 of the specific purpose statements. Number 1 about the districts.
Right, with the only, yeah.
The only, yeah, that's where I would probably strike the only for those odd R4Bs, you know, the one that we saw in Washington. But actually the one that I'm curious why it's not in this list is the P parking district, because that actually seems like completely contrary to what we want to encourage here. And so, and we know that it's kind of, there's odd P places and like around the city. So I'm curious why that didn't make the list. Yeah.
I thought that the language about things that are wholly surrounded by and contiguous, I think that covers the P district. I will say that, so the P district has been around forever, since the 60s, and it was used as a buffer. It was used so that the parking went in the rear and no commercial buildings went in it, because we didn't have buffer language in the landscape ordinance. So it was used as a buffer because we didn't have any buffers. We added buffers requirements, never went back and rezoned the P district. Now we traditionally, if a project is being redeveloped and it has that split zoning on it, because you might notice that the P district, it's almost never a separate parcel. It's a single parcel with split zoning, commercial in the front, P in the back or the side. And so we generally, the Planning Commission and City Council has honored the rezoning request to make a uniform parcel. We just recently did it for 2111 Packard, but it's the P, the concept of P is often a legacy from when we didn't have a buffer district. So history lesson aside, I think that if a project came in, if we didn't do city initiated rezonings, if a developer came in and assembled a grouping and said, I have all this land, I do have one parcel that's partially zoned P. They've got a great case. I would trust the Planning Commission and City Council would say, I'm still going to rezone this, even though you guys find a little spot of P, and even though the intent statement doesn't say P, I see where this is all fitting together nicely.
I think that similarly links to my, like, the edit that I would float to make to number 2, which is that it shall only be located fronting a corridor district. Again, like, we can say it should be limited. Like the inclusion of only provides way more emphasis than what I think I'm willing to consider. And so, and again, like, I want our zoning ordinance to be clear to people, like, hey, if you've got P on the back lot, like, that's eligible too. So I would be more comfortable saying that P is one of the things that's eligible. I would be more comfortable saying, like, it doesn't have to be abutting. And I do think that our, like, distance, our proximity to a stop covers us there. So those are, like, the kinds of amendments that I could imagine if there was support for that amongst others. But that's in the overall purpose. I've got more on the rest, but other people have things on purpose. Commissioner Abrams, and then I also saw Commissioner Gibrandel.
I think for me, part of what feels confusing about the clearest path forward is this difference between the floating zone and the city initiated rezoning. So like if it's the floating zoning, which is what I think it is for now, but we talk about it with this caveat of, like, but we could then very quickly move to city initiated rezoning. If it's the floating zone, then I think I really agree with Commissioner Osove that we would have certain boxes or criteria to meet. And if it met those, then it's floating. I mean, it's kind of less important. I think if it's obviously a city initiated rezoning, then you have to think very carefully about not just the areas that are being rezoned, but I think probably also looking at things like the use table more carefully, because there would be, like, if I'm thinking about industrial, there are uses there that are not allowed in TC1 that would suddenly be, that would be non-conforming. Actually, that would happen a lot anyway, probably with drive-throughs and auto-based uses on Stadium. But so I think it would help me to just, like, is everybody assuming that for the near term this is floating and that's how you're evaluating this ordinance, or are you doing it with an assumption or an expectation that very quickly it becomes city initiated, because for me, that feels like a really important distinction. I don't know who I'm asking that question of, if we go around and like answer in turn, but so I'll just say, I think if we're doing it as a floating zone, which is how it's written and how we should maybe address it currently, then I would be, I think, in favor of less specific language, less limiting language, and use the other criteria that are in the intent statement, and then the, you know, the things like height limits to help kind of, you know, limit what it could be.
Mr. Leonard.
I'm glad you got there, Commissioner Abrams. I just want to be clear, this is a floating district. So that's what's being considered. You're absolutely right. There's no rezoning accompanying it. I would just add to the, even in that context, I think the discussion about not being too limiting with the intent statement, and I'm taking notes too if we want to get to some modifications this evening, but I would just, you know, to go back to zoning as a legislative decision. On one hand, I think this intent statement is going to be used in that regard. It's going to be used as an intent statement. It is not going to be a guaranteed path towards approval nor denial. It's going to be used in the context of making that legislative decision by the council and your recommendation of the same. I think that I personally like the structure now that identifies that it might have broader applicability, but it also communicates an expectation of likelihood for some very specific areas, which we, by this intent section, is sort of, again, I want to be clear, that's not a guarantee that a rezoning will happen, but it's the city saying, inviting property owners in these geographies to seek rezoning to this designation. And to lose that at the benefit of something more general, again, I'm not saying it changes those recommendations or ultimate decisions, but I think it is missing an opportunity to be a little bit more clear to say, we welcome the review of your petition in these geographies. It's not to say we won't consider it elsewhere, but here we can't wait to see it. We can't wait to have that conversation with you. So I would just, that's something that I see in the context of the balance of, you know, I think the conversations about only and the like are worthwhile to explore to make sure that flexibility does happen. But I also think that also including these more specific areas is sort of a step, it's sort of a step in a way in between the floating zone and proactively zoning things, saying we encourage your application in these areas by adoption of code that says so. Again, I think your points are relevant. That doesn't mean that it will be rezoned, but it is a step, a welcoming step towards that.
In that case, I would also be in favor of loosening up some of the language to be less restrictive out of the gate. And maybe in addition to adding P, I'm wondering about adding R5, which is hotel, right? That seems, but then that opens maybe a can of worms because we say now it shouldn't replace residential, or in the intent statement, it says established commercial and office sites. I don't know if R5 would count. It's commercial, but it's
R5 is commercial. It is not grouped among the residential, actually.
Oh, great. Okay.
It is a special purpose district.
Okay. So not a can of worms. Yeah, and I guess similarly about the kind of fronting the transit corridor, I'm wondering, that was also something that I highlighted as being restrictive. So I guess Commissioner Mills, you're saying removing the word only would help. I'm wondering if like putting in something like primarily or something like the district should primarily replace these, but I don't know, is that looser than just the district should replace these? I don't know, we could debate that, but I would support the other commissioners who suggested that we maybe allow a little more latitude in the language then of the purpose statement.
I feel like Commissioner Sauvé.
I think being very specific on the corridors sends the other signal, not of an invitation, but of an exclusion to other properties that might be potential, and that it'll be harder to make that convincing argument of what that change would be, you know, on extended areas of Stadium, of State Street, you know, more north on State Street and things like that. Like, I think there's a lot of areas that when we outline where we want it, we basically say where we don't want it. And I think there's a lot more parcels with potential that I don't think are the lowest common denominator. And if they're that bad, the market wouldn't accommodate that housing anyway. But making housing available, striking 3 from the specific purpose statement, I think is the way to still create a whole lot of parameters about the goals of a transit district without completely restricting it. I think that there's a lot of opportunity, and I think there's a lot of developers like looking at this as a tool in fringe areas outside of these very tightly bounded areas. So those are conversations that, you know, I've been having, that people are curious about this district, and many of those conversations are not in these areas. And so it's a lot of lost housing that isn't next to a, you know, bus garage. So I'll just kind of say it there, like that there is more opportunity. And if we're going to leave housing opportunity on the table, I think it's really unfortunate. And I think we can do a lot more tonight.
Commissioner Gibrandel.
I'm not sure how I feel about all this. I keep, somebody speaks, I'm like, yeah, and then somebody else speaks, I'm like, yeah. But one of the things I think that is in the favor of, as Mr. Leonard is saying, kind of enthusiastically saying, these are the areas that we want to be able to promote, is that one of the things that I really want to make sure we have in here is that if we're, you know, the whole point of this, it seems, is to be able to have people take the bus and be able to get around with by walking, by biking, scootering, whatever it is. If we have these areas that we're focusing on, the city can do a lot to try to enhance these zones. And some of those state areas are horrible right now, horrible for biking and walking. And that if we have some of these zones, then it can be kind of a coordinated effort to make it, because, you know, if whatever you're going to is 15 minutes away, you're not going to wait for the bus for 30 minutes, you know, and so you want to make it an attractive thing to be able to bike or walk or whatever it is. And it seems like if it's a lot of different areas kind of scattered around town, we lose the ability to be able to kind of focus and make these areas like really friendly to these other modes of transportation. So it's not just transit, you know, but it's these other ways of getting around. So I want to make sure, and I missed last time, and so I'm not as up on this as all of you are. I want to really make sure that the areas that we are promoting with this, that we really need to support it with these other modes of transportation too, because people are going to drive. If I mean, right now, I'm sure Mr. Carpenter doesn't have any plans to have the bus run every 10 minutes. And so we need to make it easy for people to choose these other methods. Otherwise, we're just clogging up Washtenaw more, just like the callers have said. And so I would really, by having these areas, we can kind of focus. And some of these areas already have a decent system set up, and some of them don't. And so I'd love us, regardless of kind of which direction we go around this philosophical statement, to make sure that we are really thinking carefully about having this other infrastructure be robust as well, besides just the bus route piece of it. The other thing I just want to say, which is looping back to something that Commissioner Dish said, totally unrelated, is, you know, the bargain basement sites, like South Industrial, you know, you may not be able to charge the rents that you need to be able to make the construction happen in a place like that. And so it's not necessarily going to be the first place, because it has to be a relatively, you know, attractive place to be, or convenient, or whatever it is, you know, that makes it. So it's not like an automatic relationship. I think that by including South Industrial, those are going to all go first, and we're losing out on some of these other areas, because it's got to be attractive enough to be able to, I mean, the cost of building is not going to be any different on South Industrial than it is on Washington. Cost of land is different, you know, but you have to be able to charge rents that are high enough to be able to make it all work. And I would imagine that South Industrial is probably a stretch, and that there's probably a reason that only Ann Arbor Housing Commission is the one that's looking at that corridor, you know, because it is a stretch. It does feel kind of, it doesn't feel as nice, you know, to walk along there. So.
Commissioner Sauvé, I'm wondering if not a compromise, but like Commissioner Gambrandel, I'm like trying to weigh like what would work. In my mind, those first 4 corridors that are listed on there, that there's support from the master plan, like those are the ones that we should actively move on, proactively rezone. It's not going to happen overnight, right? Like, I mean, we know that that's going to take some time. And if other development proposals come in corridors beyond those, like, great, right? So in my mind, us having identified those is helpful for us, but I could see cutting section 3. The thing that I feel like gets lost, because I'm not 100% sold yet on this, like, that we should, that all of like the industrial districts should be, the gates should be opened on, that is the commercially and office zone stretches, but that language is also in the general intent statement. So as long as we keep that up there, I would be okay, honestly, with cutting 3, because I think it's talking about the corridors that we all have discussed. We all believe we ought to move proactively to rezone, or I think we all agree with that. And I think that the rest of that statement, which other than the word careful application, in my mind does not, it says effectively what the general intent says. I feel like maybe that doesn't, I wonder if that addresses your concern over like sending the message that like, ooh, you got a big bar to jump over.
Yeah, I think that's it. Like 3 is the thing that sends a different message. And 3 can be commission proposed business of the proactive zones. But if we include it in the language, I think it tightens it down too much. So 3 is the thing that in the language, I think becomes really restrictive to opportunity. I think a lot of like 1 and 2 further articulate those check boxes, right? To make sure that we're meeting a lot of those things. I don't have issue with that. It really is like how narrow the pink bounding lines Alexis proposed are. That concerns me in, you know, how it's presented to us for rezoning, how public comment reviews and understands and interprets it, because we're going to have, you know, adjacent neighbors reading this and saying, oh no, you're outside of that pink line. You can't do this. It's not by right, right? Like, so like, it's the same as like why parking isn't in there, and it's safer to put it in instead of being like, well, it's interpreted to be. We should just make it as clear as possible for what the intent is. And I think the main intent is in A and 1 and 2. So, yep.
So how I would summarize then the like edits to the purpose statements is in B1, striking only and adding in P as a listed district. In
and
2,
R5.
And R5, yes, thank you.
Yep.
In 2, striking only and, oh, Mr. Leonard, you did it. Great. Should be located proximate to a transit corridor. Yep. And then yep. And number one, I think based on what we were just saying, R5 should be added in
After P.
after P. And then striking 3 entirely. Knowing that those are the places that it is currently a floating zone. That's our checklist of the places that we want to work on, add to our long-term list.
So let me know if this is something you're comfortable doing in this matter, if I can provide it in any other way. One thing I will ask the Planning Commission to think about is, as part of the direction from the City Council, is to recommend a zoning district and the places where you think that this would be appropriate. The district as drafted does both of those things. It creates the district and it tells in that intent section where it is. So by striking this, I would ask the Planning Commission to find another way to communicate that. Maybe it's not through the ordinance, maybe it's through an accompanying resolution or action that says, and the Planning Commission believes that this is the first place, these are the places that are appropriate. You still have to wrestle with this decision, whether or not to include, if those are the right 4, or if there are 5 or 7 or 3. But I would just, I want to frame that part of your direction is not only to create this district, but also where it should be located. Thus far, we have accomplished both of those. By striking number 3, I think you're only accomplishing one of those asks. So you can, but I want to be clear, you can do that in other manners.
That could be in the memo that goes to them. I mean, effectively,
exactly.
if we wanted to, and if we took the time to duke out exactly what the extent was, right, which I think that is a continued discussion, that paragraph could be the heart of, and your second part, here is the district, your second part about where it's appropriate.
Yep.
Okay. I would be more comfortable with that. And actually, I think that I think that Commissioner Sauvé's, I can see, Mr. Leonard, how you were saying, like, if you're here, come to us. But actually, like, yeah, if you're in the one of the 4, definitely come to us. But hopefully we're going to get to you soon, like proactively. And anybody else, please give us your best proposal to advance the goals that are in our many elements of our master plan. Commissioner Abrams.
I wanted to maybe just offer up a couple other maybe easy amendments. Well, I don't know about easy, but straightforward if other people are in favor of them. So one would be, Alexis, you mentioned 516.3L, which is the parking, D1, D2 parking, what would you call it?
Yep.
Restriction. I think that makes sense to adopt, right? Which says that you have to have another use in between the right of way and the parking. So I'd be in favor of that.
Alexis, would we accomplish that if we just added parking lot or structure as a permitted use to the table? Because in the use table, all parking lots and structures reference 5.16.3.
Right.
I don't, but this would establish it then as a primary use as opposed to just accessory to another use. I guess that's the distinction.
Right. In the current table, parking, well, let me look first, but those use specific standards call out D1 and D2 in multiple places.
Yeah.
So either D1 and D2 needs to be pulled out, or TC1 needs to be added in.
Yeah. But we get what we're hearing is make that connection so those restrictions apply. So I guess I don't know the right place for it right now in the draft, but I am clear, if the Planning Commission is clear, we can make sure that is incorporated appropriately going forward. It's just referencing, like you said, an existing section.
Yeah. And then the other one was, the other thing I have in my notes is removing the 3-story requirement for large lot townhomes and apartment buildings is a change that I would be in favor of.
So no minimum stories?
No, two. The,
Go
the,
to
sm-
two.
the smaller lot has a 2-story minimum, but the bigger ones have a 3-story. So reducing to just having it be 2 across all lot sizes. And then a very small thing, but I noticed in the use table that group daycare homes are not, they're allowed in the other mixed use districts that would be rezoned, but they're not allowed in TC1. I wondered if there was some rationale behind that I wasn't aware of.
Single family homes are not permitted in the TC1 district. Attached townhouses are permitted. I felt that the space requirements and the compatibility for the group daycare homes, which are 7 to 12 children, are not the best fit with the characteristics of the TC1. I thought that the family daycares, which are 1 to 6 children, can still be accomplished with everyone's happiness, both the children's and the operators, but also the surrounding. But I thought that up to 12 children without the single family home aspect was not the best fit. Let me know your
Got it.
thoughts.
No, I got that. Makes sense. It's kind of this, it's a middle scale, you're saying,
Yeah.
right? It's not small enough to be, yeah, got it. That makes sense to me. And I wanted to bring up the height limit, but I also could give the floor to somebody else and come back later to that if other people had amendments they wanted to suggest.
I'm not seeing other hands, so why don't you keep going with it, Commissioner Abrams?
I just wondered, it seems, I know that the 55 foot limit is more comparable to the current zoning, but when you showed us the drawing, it felt tall. And I wondered if, and this is maybe going back to kind of like maybe trying to be careful about the boxes or be careful about the ordinance being the thing which limits development we don't want, as opposed to limiting it by geographic region. And so some of these other corridors that we think about, like Packard, that are more low rise and have a greater density of single family residential and residential in general adjacent to them. I wondered, I would be in favor of thinking about lowering that, but I also would be in favor of removing the 120 foot, like letting the proximity to residential, be the thing that limits that height, as opposed to the artificial cap, no matter how far it is. So if right now it's like 55 and 120, I think I would actually be in favor of kind of opening it up at either end, if that was something that other people were interested in thinking about. And that's my last comment for now.
I guess my immediate reaction to that is that actually, as I was going through, right, and thinking about overall, how do I feel about this? I think about this district, which I think you've done tons of work on this, Alexis. This is fantastic. The idea of some height relaxation, right? Like Alexis noted, like some places where something is a little bit higher might be allowed. The no FAR limit and the parking minimums, like removing those, like those are in my mind, those are the things that we're loosening to try to spur the development that is allowed right now. We allow we allow mixed use development on most of these properties, and we're not getting. And so I kind of feel like it makes sense to go with what we like, to try it. I think this is among the reasons why us being proactive on rezoning the corridors where we know it's going to work, and see what proposals we get for the corridors where we haven't articulated all of it, see what this looks like on Packard. There's discretion. They have to make the case that this makes sense to rezone. I would be more comfortable with we know that it works in these, I think I'm more comfortable that it works in the places, in the 4 corridors that we've talked about. And so I would kind of leave it as is, because I'm worried that if we reduce it more, and maybe it's just on those kind of edge properties, to your point, like in terms of the distance, but even if it is just on those edge properties, like we're not getting what we're looking for right now. And I don't know if it's a I mean, what we heard was actually it might not be the parking necessarily. Like we might still want to make sure that there's parking. Like for housing, people may want to be providing parking. And so I think that if we want to try to get more housing, it's probably a combination of height and FAR. So that's why I would feel comfortable leaving it as is. Commissioner Gibriandl. Oh, you hit it too many times. Darn Zoom.
Golly. I talked to a developer about this and he thinks that there's no way we're gonna get really tall things out in that part of town. You just can't, the cost of construction, I see Commissioner Sauvé, nodding her head. The cost of construction to support a building that tall, you cannot charge the rents that you need to charge for living in that part of town. And so us saying you can go 120, it's just very likely not going to happen. What is likely going to happen are things that are under the stick-built range. So in the kind of 5 stories, 4 or 5 stories and less is what is very likely going to happen. And so we may be having these discussions about things that maybe it's 50 years from now when Ann Arbor is like really busting out, but we're going to have a different set of ordinances at that point too. So the only place that fiscally makes sense to do tall buildings in terms of being able to charge those rents is downtown. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm not a developer, but as somebody I talked to, and so some of these discussions about the kind of sky's the limit in some of these other places just really may not be happening. So I'm kind of in favor of leaving it the way that it is, because I don't know that it's going to make much of a difference in terms of what we get.
I would,
Mr. Leonard.
As we have projects in the core of the city that are that we're hearing that are probably going to pause or not move forward because of those same issues. So, I mean, there's potential that projects even in the downtown right now are not viable or are going to be challenging. But, I do think that the district as presented is a balance. It is making a land use decision. The market now, I agree, is challenging. That probably has some implications on the short-term realization of what this looks like, but we should be really looking at what the long-term potential is. And so I think this is accommodating of some movement in that market going forward.
I can jump in. Just like the height limit in most of what we're talking about is 55 feet now. And we can probably count on one hand the number of buildings that we can identify that approach that height limit. So yes, the tallest height limit that we're talking about is 120 feet here. And the reality is we're probably not going to see much in that range. But I think that we have taken a meaningful step by beyond a threshold, a range of 80 feet. We're going to allow the 75-foot building, which will fully realize those stick-built construction, which is viable and is difficult to do at 55 feet, but can be done at 75 feet. So echoing Brett and building upon it, I think that we have presented something that is viable and is a compromise. And I don't think we're gonna be, the door is gonna be beaten down with 120-foot buildings, but it's out there, just like 55 feet is out there now, but it's not quite enough to fully realize the stick built. So we're seeing a lot of 1-story. By giving this, increasing the range to 75, I think we might get more of the buildings like we saw, like the Yard and 618. We can see those in these as infill projects here.
Go ahead, Commissioner Evans.
I'm hearing a convincing argument for keeping the 55, but I'm not being convinced about keeping the 120. Like, what is that capping when we have these? We're moving from a no height limit in some of these to a 120.
Well, it's about half, I think. For the office district, we're going from unlimited to 120. In the commercial districts, we're going from 55 to a middle 75 and then an ultimate 120.
Right.
So in the broad brush stadium area and Washtenaw area, we're going from 55 potentially to 120 if they're, mostly we're talking about the north side of Washtenaw. Yeah. Stadium as well. Stadium, we're talking about 55, maybe to 120 to 120. And the State and Eisenhower area, we're talking about unlimited to 120. And in Plymouth, it's more of a 50-50. It's half office or research there and half C3. So it's a wash.
I see. So it's finding the kind of common denominator that allows it to be tall enough so that we're not severely limiting what used to be unlimited, but isn't so tall that it's outsized in these districts where it formerly had a 55-foot limit.
Right.
I see. Okay. Okay, that helps. Thanks.
In terms of potential amendments, I have two more things that I want to ask about, and they're related, so I'm going to ask the first one first. The hub, and also the properties that you showed on South Main, do they have a 15-foot first floor height?
The hub does. I'll have to look up the sites. The difference might be the properties on South State. They're zone D2, and they are I believe either a secondary street designation, not a primary street designation.
Okay, got it. Where I was thinking about this is the idea of active use on a corner, and it's sort of related. So right now the kind of the distinction, right, like the two kind of options are a mixed use building where you have this like first floor height limit, like you have to be at least 15 feet, and you've got the transparency requirements, and then you have the like, or townhouses. If somebody wanted to build an apartment building, which one would they fall under? It's not mixed use. Like, I mean, let's say they expect it to be.
It would be an apartment. I mean, the description is townhouse / apartment. So
okay.
a building fully residential with no mixed use component to it.
So because we make that distinction, if we wanted to say that within 100 feet of an existing intersection, maybe because maybe they're going to make their own kind of intersections interior, right? Because we're trying to have them make like blocks. Yeah. But within 100 feet of an existing intersection, you've got to do a mixed use building. Like, would that, I mean, we've already identified that. Would that solve, I'm wondering if that's the way to do it rather than this like whole active uses on the corner. So that we don't have to define active use. Instead, we can say mixed use building. Would that solve that issue or address that issue that was brought up?
I would turn it back to you. It's definitely one approach. And if the commission finds it to be important to make sure that there are mixed uses on the corner, then yes, absolutely. It's more of a question of what, not so much me, but what do you find important?
Got it. And I welcome other people's thoughts. Commissioner Sauvé.
So I go right into like interpretation mode. If it's 100 feet and it's like a 200-foot lot, would you only need to do mixed use on that first 100 feet? And then you could drop that apartment all the way down. It still meets mixed use, but similar to that 2111 Packard, right? It had something on the corner and then there was stuff. So I guess for staff, how would you interpret it based on how it's proposed? If we said mixed use within 100 feet of a corner, would it be, I guess we could write it either way, or would there be an interpretation thing for clarity of the lot and its use versus distance. Do you understand what I'm asking?
I do. It can be written, well, tell me what it can be written any multitude of ways. You need to decide what is important and what should be the regulation, and then it can be written to get that.
So from my perspective, one of the examples that you showed, I think, is the condos that are on the corner of Liberty and Maple, maybe where it sneaks down by Kroger.
Yes.
That's not an exciting corner to walk around. Like, like, because, right, like the townhouses, like being kind of up on the hill is not, I mean, really, there's not these are big blocks in most of these places right now. Like and so there's not very many corners. And in my mind, like, as a way, like, to ensure that there continues to be some kind of commercial activity, like having them on the corners, I think makes a lot of sense. So I think 100 feet, and I would be totally cool with having a cafe and whatever. I don't know how much frontage you need for whatever. That's Lisa's area. But like then continuing it into residential, awesome. Like that's ideal. And so like I don't know if it has to be 100 or if it could be 50 or I don't know what the right number is, but I like that idea. And because these existing corridors are so long, like the blocks are so long, it actually is not like requiring mixed use on all that many properties, which I also feel like is a good thing. Go ahead, Commissioner Sobe.
Like downtown between 20 and 50 feet wide buildings, right? That's your storefront. So like, but it's downtown and really dense. So 100 feet really kind of covers maybe a couple tenant suites. I like this also because it tries to recalibrate what's on the transit corridor versus around the transit corridor. Because I think this is going to go deeper. What a TC2 might be is something that steps down in scale, but higher density residential maybe behind this. And so what would be a bummer is if we loaded up apartment buildings and townhouses on these corridors and lost commercial. And so this gives a little bit of calibration without overburdening any lot on the corner so that they could touch down and put more units in. So I like that balance if it can be written that way.
Other commissioners' thoughts? Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I like this. Just to clarify, are we proposing you have a 200-foot lot, just the first 100 feet, and then the next 100 feet could just be residential? Yeah, I mean, I think this is, I love the idea of mixed use on the corners to activate the corners. I won't belabor the point for all the reasons you guys just said. And I think that this sounds like a good proposal.
Commissioner Abrams.
Mixed use or active use? Like, are we just saying you have to have a commercial space on the corner? Can be a bank or a whatever.
Bank, but no drive-through. Because that's not allowed in this district.
Can it be self-storage?
Also, I think that's not on the table, right?
No, I know. Too soon.
And no drive-through coffee.
No, you're gonna have to walk.
For us understanding this, do you envision, so that 200-foot wide lot example on the corner of Washtenaw here on Parkway would apply to the first 100 feet from the corner, both directions or just along the transit corridor?
I think along the transit corridor. I would be okay with limiting it to that.
Okay. Yeah, what if, and if they create sort of our idealized block arrangement where that feels like 2 blocks, we don't replicate it on the sort of interior site corner. It's right of way. Okay. Then for measuring success, is that a minimum percentage of mixed use? Is it a minimum square footage that is provided at the corner? If it is does it have to be a minimum of 10,000 square feet within that 100 feet? And that is the same whether you are doing a 3-story or a 10-story building, or is it proportional? I'm just trying to ask questions to help us understand how that might be drafted.
Commissioner Gabrandel, go ahead.
I don't think we should be prescriptive about it. I think, they're going to figure out how big something needs to be and that we should go with that. I think that it's getting too heavy-handed for us to say the percentage or how big it needs to be. I think they need to say, we're going to try to attract X business according to whatever is going on in those corridors. And it's not going to, be a closet. It's going to be something that they want to be viable. And so I think we should just give them freedom to be able to do that. That's my sense of it, to give them some flexibility.
I think about that in the context of the Packard project recently approved. The commercial space in that is very small. So to Commissioner Sauvé's point, I think to some extent, that project has done that. The frontage has been programmed for residential because that discretion was left. Is that okay on State and Plymouth and Stadium? Okay. All right.
What I like is that it builds it in to be 15 feet tall, right? Which the reason for, it has to be a mixed use building. So they have to have that minimum floor area, which we did that so that it's flexible. It can be different things and adapt in the future.
So do we care less about that height for the next building then? Because that, okay. All right.
Yeah. I mean, that was the idea of after that 100 feet, if you want to turn it into townhomes, go for it. But you've got to have something that has a 15-foot first floor on the corner.
Every corner? Chalmers, Huron Parkway, Platt. Yost.
I think, yeah.
I'm just trying to, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. There's not that many corners. There's more corners on Stadium, I think. There's more corners on Stadium, particularly on the east side of Stadium, because there's a bunch that, there's more corners on Stadium. But honestly, those are all places where currently it's commercial. All of that is commercial. So this is not a change from that. Which is a good, we want to supplement it with housing. We don't want to lose we don't want to lose that commercial. So I think all existing corners fronting along the transit corridor.
The yard, by the way, is an 11-foot first floor.
I think that the building on the corner,
it's got an elevation change.
Building, yeah, is different. Yeah. Okay.
I think a yard is the right example, that there's apartments on the first floor, and then as the hill goes down, the ceiling goes up, and right at the corner next to the gas station, you've got a common lobby sort of thing. And I think that's just an activated or commercial space, maybe an opportunity for somebody that's in there to have small business, but also not to be a burden that the financials don't work for mixed use. I think that's a big thing. We're not trying to be overly prescriptive on the commercial, that the pro forma to balance it on small properties makes it difficult. I guess one of my other questions, are there any, if it's, or to the extent of the block size, right? I don't know if there's any 100-foot blocks between any, little pocket streets or anything, or if there are any small, if it's 100 feet for a block over X and 50 feet for a block Y, or if that gets too complicated and we just kind of see with 100 feet now, adjust if we're not getting it and we're getting some feedback to it. Cool.
Could it be that it's the townhouse / apartment building itself that is not permitted within 100 feet of an intersection? The building has to follow the mixed use building standards? the uses within could still be 100% residential, but is that, would that meet the intent?
In my mind, it's making sure that we're building something there that's adaptable. I would rather have it be residential now, and you can turn it into something when that becomes the neighborhood corner in the future, than have it be locked into townhomes forever and like forego that opportunity. But
You're
that's,
saying that
I welcome
like
others.
the lobby would work? Is that what you're saying, Alexis? I'm not sure.
No, what I'm saying is that the building form labeled apartment townhome is not permitted within 100 feet of a intersection. The form has to be the mixed use building. So I'm removing the discussion about what use is in that building. I'm just saying the type of form needs to be mixed use. And then that seems to get at the desire that it's future proof. Because if there's not going to, it was just a thought that occurred to me as a different way to approach the same, to get to the same end result. And maybe by using the structure that we have, and if it didn't seem like the particular use that was in the building on the corner, there was talk about, like, it would be great if it would be a coffee shop, but Commissioner Mills said, I just want it to be 15 feet in height. So it was a way to approach this issue.
I'll just give kind of a mechanicals context for like commercial versus switching back, just so everyone knows, like, I'm actually okay a little bit either way, but having gone through a couple even new constructions where there's a ground floor tenant space, but there's offices or residential above, trying to put mechanicals for needing a rooftop unit for the higher occupancy rate, putting a hood, makeup air in, it's nearly impossible. When you also start to think about operable windows above for apartments, finding a chase if it's not built in because the first use was planned to be residential. And like I've said before, you typically convert into residential, you don't convert out of residential, even if it's 15 feet. So if we want to see commercial, I'd say make it mixed use. If we just want to say 15 feet, then we can say 15 feet. But I don't think you're going to get as much commercial if we don't hold them to that standard of, make something, a little pocket shop on the corner.
That makes sense to me. I don't adapt buildings, so.
Just to clarify, what we're saying is within 100 feet, there has to be at least one commercial space size up to them, or everything on the ground floor for 100 feet has to be commercial.
The latter.
100 linear feet of commercial space, 15-foot high ceilings.
We don't specify the depth. It could be shallow.
Could be shallow, yeah.
And there could be parking behind it, which is what we're calling for, right? Like, and that might make sense potentially.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about scale a little bit. So if downtown is a 20-foot storefront, I mean, I know that's a different density than some of the places we're talking about. That's a small one, yeah. But we're probably talking, 3 to 4, 2 to 4 spaces, something like that. Depends on what it is, I guess. Some spaces can be big. Okay.
But downtown buildings are like 20 by 100 max, right? So you could imagine if they went 20 foot deep, that's their 2,000 square foot restaurant, right? So if you just went 20 feet deep or 25 feet deep and then put parking behind, you have a 2,500 square foot restaurant, or you have two 1,600 square foot little shops or something. So just to kind of give context too, right? Like a coffee shop is like 1,500 square feet.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Carpenter, go ahead.
Oh, sorry for the interruption. It's about 10 o'clock and I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for having me, and I'll coordinate with Brett and Alexis about any future help that we can be.
Thank you so much for coming. We are going to have to take a break in a little bit because my laptop is running out of battery. I've got to go find my power cord. But I didn't want to break the flow. We've made a list of, I mean, this last one was doing it on the fly and I don't even know where it would go in here. And so I also trust this to be translated appropriately, but I'm not sure how you, Alexis and Brett, are feeling about that.
I think I'd like, I think I would like you guys to review this language. So we've, we're sort of shifting back. We started with some required mixed use components. We were directed away from that. Now we're sort of coming back to that in a limited fashion. So I guess I would prefer to work on some language and present it to you. The intense stuff, I feel like we can do pretty quickly. The parking, we can do really quickly. This on the fly, change it, like basically go into a required mixed use within a distance. I just like a little bit of space for us to understand how that might relate to the other regulations, if we see any issues there or the like. That said, if the Planning Commission is interested in moving this relatively quickly, one of the things we could look at is, I don't have a lot scheduled for a working session. We could convert that to a special meeting, and Alexis and I could work to try and it'd be quick, but we can work to try and put some of these changes together this week and send out a revised packet by the end of this week with our response, or sort of how we would envision these things being enacted. And that would give both the commission and us a little space to make sure that we're just addressing everything. So that would probably be my preference. Alternatively, I'm happy to take that direction as well. And we can work to incorporate that in before it progresses to City Council. I think, again, my preference would be to bring it back to you, because I feel like we've been sort of bouncing around on this particular aspect, and just to make sure that the Planning Commission is resolved on it. But I'm happy to follow your preference either way.
My sense is that the second half of the remit that needs to go to City Council, which is where, is something that we've now pulled that out of this, but I feel like there's a bit of a difference of opinion, right? That it's going to take a little bit more time. And so I would lean towards, if there's not already something that is occupying our working session next week, that if we can talk about the very short, hopefully, revisions to the ordinance itself, and particularly focusing on this issue, and then spending more time next week talking about that paragraph or whatever that looks like, about where we should focus, like where this new district is appropriate, would be, I think that might make sense, because we do have two more things on our agenda.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Is there anything else then, if that's kind of our intention, which means that we would go for postponement? In the interim, is there any changes to the ordinance language itself that any commissioners want to bring up? And then the second is, in order to make decisions on where this is appropriate, is there anything that we would want additional research, like digging on? So in my mind, one of the things that would be really helpful, given a lot of our conversation, is like, could you help dig out what the recommendations are, the future land use recommendations are along industrial, along those corridors that have gotten brought into the discussion an awful lot? I think that would help a lot me make sense of this. Commissioner Gabriel. Oh, you have a super sensitive mute button tonight.
The double tap thing, sorry. we had, a couple of callers call in about Washtenaw in particular. And I would be curious just to see, so Alexis, stay on your role of that you're on with doing your graphics to kind of show in in a clear way what that could look like along there. Because I think, that's a pretty generalized thing. And I think part of what you all have done with these is really try to right size them for the areas that we're looking at. And they each have pretty different surrounding uses in some ways. And so I would be curious to see that, just to see what we're getting. And I realized that the south side of Washtenaw is really different than the north side of Washtenaw, and that very likely they were people that were living along the south side of Washtenaw. Just to understand what that looks like, to make sure that we're, being sensitive to that adjacent neighborhood.
To that end, like contours of like where the 55-foot line and the 85 or whatever the 85-foot line and then the 120-foot line could be built might help, I think, along that corridor in particular, if that's possible.
Yeah, like where you can kind of, depending on where you are, because I'm sure that there's differences with lot sizes and things like that, but kind of generally speaking, how it shifts as it moves along, some sense of that in a really big massing sense. So you don't have to do all the little windows.
Other things for discussion next week of these. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I'm hoping that this will be easy because I feel like we're putting a lot on you guys for a week, but with adding in P and R5, the existing maps you have with the pink lines, I'm assuming that will change in some places where those pink lines might be. And maybe I'm wrong, I'm thinking about Eisenhower and how the south part wasn't included. Is it because it's R5? I wasn't sure, but if there are changes due to bringing in those, hopefully that's an easy thing to do. Maybe there aren't changes.
Okay. I will entertain then a motion to postpone until next week. Mr. Leonard, can it be a date certain? Like, are we able to notice it appropriately?
Yeah, what I would ask is you to take action to convert your scheduled working session for the 13th, that date right, into a special meeting of the Planning Commission. That would we would notice that as a regular meeting, and as part of that same, move to convert the working session into a special meeting and postpone consideration of this action to that agenda.
Right now, you want the motion to convert.
As I just said, if somebody wants to
April 13th
move
working
and
session
yeah.
to a special meeting and
Yeah.
postpone this to that. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. Any discussion about that? Can we do a voice vote, or you want to? Okay,
Voice vote
everybody
is
in
fine.
favor, raise your hand or say yes.
I'm raising my hand.
Thank
My
you,
internet
Commissioner.
is so messed up. Yeah.
All right, so we will talk about this next week. Thank you to all who called in. Hopefully you were listening to this and heard that that's when we will take this up again. I do need to go and get power cord. Let's reconvene at 10:15, which is 8.5 minutes from now. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right, see you then. We are on item 9D, which is the proposed amendments to section 5.16.6.h of chapter 55 of the City of Ann Arbor Code of Ordinances for city council approval. This is to amend the home occupation regulations. And Mr. Leonard, you'll provide the staff presentation before opening up public hearing. Is that right?
That's correct. And I'm not going to share, but I have the document ready if there's any aspect that you want me to pull up. But I think it's pretty text oriented and in your packets, of course. So this was brought to my attention sort of in the context of I'll say crazy year, perhaps, and specifically a year where a lot more people are probably working from home. We provide currently in our code a series of regulations that constrict the types of uses that may or may not be approvable as a home occupation, and some of the ways in which that can or can't occur. I think that there's some ambiguity in our current regulations. For example, just as I just said, we list some uses but then we pull back in our code language to say that while these uses are listed, they may or may not be appropriate as home occupations, and other uses probably aren't, but we can consider them. One change that I'm proposing here is to be a lot more specific and expansive in listing very explicitly a lot more types of potential home occupations that are either exempt, that is, they're not going to be subject to any of the regulations here. They're clearly allowed, they are clearly prohibited, and then for any home occupations, the way in which they must be conducted. There's also the proposed amendments address something that it's not extensive, but something that's come up in questions and enforcement of home occupations is our current language limits a maximum number of 10 trips related to the home occupation. It's overly broad in my view. It doesn't distinguish between maybe customers or appointments or maybe trips from a delivery service and the like. And so this proposed code intends to clearly expand from what now would be limited at its utmost, no more than 5 visits to home occupation, to a greater number of customer visits, and specifically defines them as customers or customers to the business as opposed to other ancillary trips that might be generated from the home occupation. It still maintains some of the existing restrictions that we have now. That is that it has to be incidental or accessory to the home, that it has to entirely occur within the interior, that it can't be more than 25% of the gross floor area of the structure. It maintains our current requirement that you can't have more than 1 employee, but sort of just generalizes that to be no more than 1 non-resident employee at the home occupation. That number of trips, it specifically says that you can't have more than 12 client visits per day and no more than 4 at a time. So it still has some limitation on the sort of transactional trips that could be coming to a home occupation, but still provides a cap, and it restricts those hours from 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. In addition to conducting the home occupation, any storage of related goods would have to be inside. You can't have outdoor heavy equipment. You can't have large vehicles. Electronically amplified sounds can't be audible from adjacent properties or streets. So that's that's going to distinguish between a guitar amplifier versus a tuba. It can't generate basically nuisance activities. This adds deliveries and pickups shall be encouraged to follow a similar schedule. No deliveries and pickups other than Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. And then a new provision in this from our current, it explicitly allows a home occupation to also occur in an accessory building. So you could have your office in an accessory building, provides potentially more space there depending on the configuration, but that can't exceed the footprint of the home, nor 2,000 square feet, whichever is larger. In presenting this proposed draft to the Ordinance Revisions Committee, one of the feedback we heard and the Ordinance Revisions Committee suggested that we respond to was a clarification as it relates to food-related businesses. Previously, I had cooking, baking, and catering as permitted, and then commercial food preparation as prohibited. Based on some feedback from at that meeting, I simplified the permitted to be occupations compliant with the Michigan Cottage Food Law. And what that is it is a law that in the state of Michigan that provides some minimal types of food preparation and sales, not minimum, some described food preparation and sales that typically are not, don't require a high level of health inspection. They're not maybe temperature specific, and they occur at a total volume that I think earns less than $25,000 per year in revenue for the occupation. So that was a change from what was presented to the Ordinance Revisions Committee. So it is intended to provide for that as a permitted home occupation, but you would not be able to run a more commercial food production business as a home occupation, as that would be a prohibited use. The things I don't like about this is that our current ordinance provides some wiggle room and some opportunity for interpretation. However, I think that I prefer this proposed amendment as presented. It is more expansive, it's longer, but it is more clear and explicit for somebody trying to answer for themselves what uses would be permissible or prohibited. And I think it's more descriptive in how those uses would have to be conducted. We're still not requiring a zoning permit. Sometimes people ask us about that. We encourage people to seek a zoning compliance permit because that's a way for us to communicate to them effectively that it's permissible. This doesn't set that requirement or expectation. And I guess I'll stop there and answer any questions that you have either now or after the public hearing.
Very good. Let's open it up for the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed amendments to the Unified Development Code regarding home occupations. Public comment may be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand, calling on you one by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. In order to electronically raise your hand, please press *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement when Mr. Leonard is allowing you to speak. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or other background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. Please also state your name and address for the record. And I should have read that more slowly to allow for the TV.
Just give it a minute. There's no callers on the line at this time. But
yeah.
Just give it a few. Seeing none.
Okay. So I'll read the proposed motion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve an ordinance to amend section 5.16.6 of chapter 55 of the city code, the Unified Development Code, to amend home occupations regulations. Moved by Commissioner Hammerschmidt, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion? Commissioner Dish. And then Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
This makes a lot of sense. I was just wondering about physical therapy of any kind. Is that normally not permitted?
So that's it's a new use. I think that a lot of medically affiliated uses are often not permitted as home occupation. I don't profess that I am clear about any sort of licensing requirements as it would relate to physical therapy, but I think that follows in a pattern of medical and dental offices, and even tattoo and body piercing, where there might be associated health licensing that might be more suited to a commercial location than a residence. I would also just more background. A lot of this structure comes from sort of a model of National Planning Association publication on codes. The model that they utilized was much more specific. It referenced a lot of the National Labor Code and numerical codes for a lot of different types of home occupations. I thought that that was perhaps a little bit too detailed and a little bit too specific. So in short, I was following convention of some professional recommendation resources that recommend this, and I would speculate that it's because it's kind of a health-oriented type facility, but I'm happy to explore if there's nuances there that we should reconsider.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know that some physical therapists, this is maybe just completely different. Some physical therapists travel to people's homes and treat them in their homes. That might not be the same, because it's not the same as my having a cottage physical therapy industry in my house.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that would be different, but
Yeah.
it's not to say that it's not worth considering.
Yeah, I don't know. But clearly so massage therapy would be fine. Yeah. So yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. It's just physical therapy is such a broad category. I mean, there's the kind where you go to the gym and they make you do things, with the rubber bands and stuff. And then there's the kind that's on the edge of massage. So I'm just trying to parse that. But I'm not raising this as a big thing. I was thinking about it.
But it's a good observation in the way that my goal here, and I'll just say that I've shared this with members of my team, just have we experienced other occupations that sort of came up? Is this seem to be inclusive? I think it's generally inclusive, but I am in a way, but if something doesn't fit into one of these categories, it's probably not going to be permitted. So I just think it's a balance, and I did try to generalize things, such as personal care services, counseling, but again, this is intending to list more things to be more specific, but it could be at the expense that we miss something. It's not to say we couldn't revisit it. I think the structure is good, but I think that's a bit of a trade-off.
So to clarify, Commissioner Hammersmith, I know you had your hand up, but I just want to follow up on this. If it's on the permitted list, it's permitted so long as you follow the guidelines in Section 5. If it's exempt, then you can do it. Like no ifs, like you can do it.
Yeah.
Subject to other city ordinances. We still have a noise ordinance, right? And then, but if it's not listed or it's explicitly prohibited, it's prohibited. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
This was not what I was going to say, and I'm going to try to be vague as to not get anybody in trouble, but I had some sort of, it wasn't quite physical therapy, and now I'm forgetting the name of it exactly, but it was sort of like I heard about it, or my physical therapist knew about it, and it wasn't really massage, but it wasn't really physical therapy. It was definitely in her house. So if it's saying like any type of physical therapy, like something like that would no longer be allowed, right? And I don't even know that it's allowed now. I really can't even remember the name of what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great, we're intending to provide sort of personal care services, which I would say is massage and like, but my initial reaction is I think of physical therapy as often something that might be prescribed, it might be sort of more directed by a physician or something in conjunction with some other care. But I think these are great examples. If it falls under personal care, I think it'd be permitted. If it were,
Well, that seems like,
Yeah.
what, do we have a definition for that? Or can you, this is where maybe it is still a little bit loose and could
Yeah,
be kind of
and-
open for interpretation, right?
Yep, and it would be. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, the thing I was really gonna say, and I know I brought this up at ORC, I'm just gonna say it again. So, and I know in permitted uses, online sales is there, but then in prohibited uses, retail sales. And I don't know if we need to be, is saying retail the piece where it's like we mean a physical location, or would it be more clear, since apparently I keep getting tripped up over this, I might not be the only one, if we said like on-site retail sales?
So,
Or is the fact that online sales is permitted enough that
yeah, I mean,
prohibiting retail sales?
I would say that mail order and online sales is permitted. Retail, I would say, is people coming to the home to purchase something. So
Is that like the actual definition though? Because for some reason in my head, like that's not where I'm going. I'm just like selling, like exchange, regardless of the.
Yeah, I mean, I would, I'd have to check. I can check our code for retail. I doubt it's defined. That's how I would think of it. Where specifically this specifically says basically you can't. This doesn't allow you to stock inventory and have people come and purchase stuff on your property. It expressly allows you to be a middle, sort of a importer or something, and arrange sales or make sales online. Let me take a minute and see if we've defined retail, but that's how I think about retail is I can just go in without an appointment or without an arrangement and purchase something.
Okay.
I see hands. I saw Commissioner Lee before. We're going to wait on Mr. Leonard and then Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner Dish.
Just a really small thing, kind of
Related?
Yeah. And I was just curious because I saw that it said it says mail order and or online sales business, no on-premises inventory would be permitted. I'm curious what the no on-premises inventory means. Like, if you have a closet full of stuff you sell on eBay for someone, does that count as on-premise inventory? I mean, if you're going to be making post office runs or something like that, or does that really just mean like you can't have, a full warehouse in your, I'm just curious if there's any definition on that.
I think the short answer would be the closet would probably be fine until it got so expansive that you started spilling out and not being able to meet the other requirements. We could try to refine that more, but right now I think it would provide some flexibility. You guys are throwing a lot at me. Let me answer retail now. I thought I could do a multitask, but.
And they are linked, but.
Yeah, retail is not defined. So, sorry, it is. A facility or area for the retail sale of general merchandise or food to the general public for direct consumption and not for wholesale. Typical general merchandise includes clothing and other apparel, equipment for hobbies or sports, gifts, flowers, household plants.
Because it says facility.
Yeah, a facility or area for retail sale of general merchandise to the general public. And I don't.
Okay.
So that's what this is intended to do. That you can't. I shouldn't be able to just wander into your house and buy a stool.
Right. Well, right.
I might be able to email you and say, hey, I love your stools. Can we set up an appointment?
Okay.
No more Tupperware.
Well, then it's their home that's the place of business. Like, I don't know. Usually the Tupper lady. person
Okay,
came to your house.
so that's retail. So back to inventory. No storage of goods and materials shall be inside. Shall be conducted entirely in. And then 12, storage shall be inside. No truck van. Delivery shall occur. Yeah, I think you can have you can store goods and materials. You can't have retail sales. You can't have on-premise inventory. Yeah, I mean, right now this would say that technically you couldn't have it in your closet.
If you're making goods, this is a follow-up to that. Or Commissioner Clark, is yours a follow-up directly to that? Go for it.
Yes, I was just going to follow up on that because if someone has like an Etsy store or something, you know, you can do the third party like Amazon where you just are the middleman, you broker the goods where they're in a warehouse somewhere else, you advertise them and they get shipped directly from Amazon. But people that do their own shipping, I mean, I doubt that, you know, somebody's really going to track them down and find this, but I could, you know, you never know if somebody could get a headache, a hassle, they annoy the wrong neighbor, and then I would want to know more specifically how much maybe inventory there could be, or maybe if there's a way of approaching that might be a little clearer and less prone to kind of, because it seems like the smaller people would actually be more impacted than the larger retailers who are more likely to have off-premises warehouses.
What do you have in mind though? Remember, if it's like if it's art, if it's craft work, those are exempt activities. So if your closet is filled with cutting boards that you're making, then as long as it's not retail sales, that's not an issue. I think that the inventory issue would be an issue where you are, you know, the craft, like for example, craft cottage foods we talked about. That's clearly permissible. So you could have a closet full of your preserves or your maple syrup or what have you. I can't come in there, knock on your door to buy it, but you could have those materials. I think that the inventory is, and maybe the language needs to be refined, but I think it's probably more akin to purchasing wholesale materials and then retailing them. That would be prohibited.
Just say like consignment clothing, and somebody has business where you can drop off designer.
I can't quite hear you. Could you step a little closer?
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Yeah.
Try it again.
Is that, I don't know. So like if someone does consignment secondhand goods, like designer clothes or something, that's something that wouldn't really fit into making your own things, and somebody, you know, they might get packages mailed to them and that they then resell. I mean, that's a pretty common thing that people do. Just wondering if that could potentially be.
Yeah, I mean, technically could do that as long as you were sort of a middleman and not maintaining an inventory online. So I think under this current draft, that would not be permissible. You'd have to get one of those commercial spaces within 100 feet of an intersection.
Commissioner Lee and then Commissioner Dish.
Sure, thank you. I wanted to switch gears a little bit to signage. Under 1B, which is redacted at the very top, it says outside appearances of the premises shall have no visible evidence of the presence of a home occupation. So we've lowered that standard to what is now proposed and says, do not visually call unusual attention to the home. So we are going from no visible evidence to let's not call unusual attention. So I wanted us to talk about, you know, how I think the ordinance is timely. We all have to kind of get with the times. what was our first, second, third place, our neat categorization of residential, our work, like our home, work, and our hobbies kind of got blurred during COVID. So I think this is in the right direction. With respect to signage and whether an accountant or a lawyer starts to advertise, you know, put like a little sign, and it might not be unusual, but you know, you know, the last thing I guess I'm like thinking about what it would be like riding my bike through 7th Street neighborhoods, like, oh, there's an accountant that lives there. Oh, I could go, you see kind of where I'm getting at with that. And so I wanted us to have a little discussion about what is appropriate. We are lessening that standard. And again, I think we have to recognize the reality that the first and second place has been marred, and we should address it. So I think, again, I really like the intent of this ordinance, but I want to talk about signage and what we ultimately, you know, because I think that's going to have a bigger kind of influence on our built environment or our form. So Brad, if you, or Mr. Leonard, if you could give me a little thought behind what you see as kind of almost a lessening of.
Yeah, no, it's a great observation, but so right now our current ordinance is actually in conflict with our sign ordinance. Our recently adopted sign ordinance provides and allows for signage for homes. And that comes from, and you for those that were on for many signage discussions, part of that is a balance of those sort of physical aesthetic impacts and First Amendment opportunities. And a brief synopsis of, there have been recently been case law that at the Supreme Court that says sign ordinances that you have to look at what the content are in order to determine if they're permissible or not are likely illegal. So we crafted, so we don't have an ability to say homes are okay to have a signage that says this is a historic home. This is the Lee home from 1840, 1847. It's probably a little early, from 1897. But not allow Lee's accounting services. And so one of the impacts of this change, and I'm glad you brought it up, is it explicitly gets rid of that prohibition that says there's nothing on the outside, because right now our sign ordinance actually affirmatively says you can put the Lee, historic Lee home 1897 or the accounting. So the intention of this is to hopefully by regulations and the way you have to conduct the home occupation has to be interior. You can't have outdoor storage. You can't have equipment. You can't create nuisances, is to still provide some level of lessening of potential impact for this use in a otherwise a residential setting. But as it relates to signage, that in a way that ship has sailed.
Gotcha. Well,
does that get to your question?
Yeah, 100%. The more you know, like the knowledge star just went like that. So thank you. That's actually really helpful. So do you think that the unusual attention to the home is kind of a sufficient, catch-all for that? Do not visually call unusual attention.
What is it? I think it's a good point. What does that mean to you? But it's sort of intended to establish the intention, right?
Sure. I get, and I think I'm kind of on board. It's just you want some level of architectural continuity with whatever signs, so you don't have a bright flashing light saying "Come buy consignment goods" at the Leonard General Goods Store. Yeah. I think my concern
that electronic messaging can only change no more than once per minute.
Got it. Again, star. So no, this is really helpful. I think my concern / just inquiry regarding that is done. The only other thing that I just wanted to point out, deliveries, pickups, I know it's late, so let me just point out, but deliveries, pickups shall occur between 8 a.m., 8 p.m., Monday through Saturday. I don't know how early Amazon delivers my things, but they show up on my doorstep. Not that I think it's going to be materially interfering with any kind of other kinds of operations, but I just want to also be cognizant that there's a reality that I guess delivery services, unless I'm mistaken, and Deliv, UPS, and Amazon trucks don't come during sleeping hours. Actually, I don't know if that's the case or not, but just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I think typically they come within that range, but yeah, I am sure that occasionally there is an exception.
Got it. Well, that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes, I wanted to follow the line of argument that Commissioner Clark was pursuing, just because, people sell books on, a bunch of different sites. People sell furniture they don't want anymore on Craigslist. It would be, I think, totally unenforceable to prohibit that, but the language of no inventory on site would seem to prohibit, because I would have the dining room table that I just sold became inventory when I advertised it and decided I didn't want to use it anymore, and it was on site. So I don't know if we can modify that or say things like, whatever. I don't know, what do we call Craigslist? Is there a category of thing that is like?
But that's not really a home occupation, I would say, mostly. I mean, it's possible somebody's using it for that, but you selling your dining room table, you're probably not, that's not your occupation.
No. Okay. So that is helpful to remember. Right.
But nonetheless, to your point, and probably an easy way to address that would be just to strike. So just to leave the description to be mail order or online sales business, and just strike no on-premises inventory.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I would, to be clear, I still think that prohibits people coming on an open, it's not a retail space where I can just waltz in and buy your dining room table, or
right.
at the dining room table store. But it would just eliminate that
confusion.
Conflict.
Yeah. No, I think that the big difference is people walking in off the street into my house, just, because I have a neon sign that says, "Come buy my furniture," and I have 12 dining room tables. That begins to look like an inventory.
Why do you have so many dining room tables?
It's a compulsion.
She's decluttering, so I appreciate it. So it's a temporary occupation. Commissioner Sauvé. Or I'm sorry, Commissioner Dish, are you all done? You muted yourself, so I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Sauvé.
Something like West Side Art Hop. Is that like a event that they pull a permit for, right when all the artists sell out of their garage for like a weekend?
Yeah, I would say that that's more like a special event. And again, if you can produce art and have up to 12 people come to look. You can't open an art gallery and have people walk in without restriction to the number of people at any time. I know it's a small distinction, but I would say that in that case, they are opening it more generally, but it's probably frankly more akin to like a garage sale than the day-to-day operation of the home occupation.
Okay, cool. And then I'll motion to remove no on-premises inventory for the online sales, because I think, like for vintage clothes or books or reselling, like those seem like reasonable, especially when we have the limits to the footprint in operations and traffic and things like that. So I don't think we need to put an undue burden on the opportunity for online sales.
And in a way, if we say that 25%, like,
yeah,
in a way, what does it matter if it's desks or boxes?
Exactly.
That was moved by Commissioner Sauvé. Anyone want to second it? Commissioner Abrams, any discussion of the proposed amendment to strike the prohibition on on-site inventory, on-premises inventory? All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand or say yes. Commissioner Dish? Yes, I heard that. Excellent. Okay, so now we have an amended motion. Commissioner Sauvé, did you have anything else? Okay. You were talking about the art hop, and that actually relates to the thing that I wanted to talk about, which is it's really more under the second category of exemption, which is craft work. Mr. Leonard, before you were talking about, we were talking about Etsy, talking about making cutting boards, right? Or, yeah, which is woodworking, right? And that is not, it is like a loophole here. It's not mentioned anywhere. I took what you were saying as that falls under craft work, but I think it would be clearer if we were explicit, because when I brought this up with the maker in my life, it was interpreted that that activity might fall under machine shop, like that was the only other one that it could maybe fall under. So, but it's a more general thing that, like, we are a town that has makers, right? We have the Maker Fair, and like we have like Maker Space, Maker Works. And I think a lot of, whether it's, apparently we have a couple people in town who make bicycles like from their homes that are like world famous bicycles and other things like that, which I don't know if I don't think that those things all fall under crafts, but they fall under like making, which is maybe a new terminology. Like I wonder if we should be more expansive in what we mean by making, to include things like the woodworking for the cutting boards or 3D printing. Like that's another thing that people are making sometimes in their, basements, that's not in here. So, but we talked about this before, like it can be noisy, but then there's noise limits that they're still beholden to. If it's under the section 3, then they would be beholden to that. If it's under section 2, then they're still beholden to the noise limits of the city's general noise limits.
So what would you like to add?
Well, I mean, I guess that's more of a question.
Should it be permitted or exempt? Like, I sort of think like for those examples, I just want to figure out, one, which category is it in? I see the machine shop. That for me, my read of that is actually that it's more of a tool and die kind of activity as opposed to somebody that has a table saw. But I can see like when you're scanning this to see where it fits. I can also see that, a woodworker, for example, I think it could fall under artist. It could fall under craft work, but it's not explicit. But when we start listing that, if we include woodworking and bicycle makers, but not birdhouses, but I'm happy to explore whatever your preference, whatever the commission thinks.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Could you say like limited run production, not mass manufactured? Right, like, because it's really in that kind of bespoke scale is I think what we're talking about here.
So permitted right now, for example, an equivalent, we have fine art studio, creation of individual works only, no mass production. So some sort of, we don't care what you're making as long as it meets that definition.
Do you want to just refine it to like maker arts and crafts studio instead of fine art?
I was going to say it doesn't fall in fine art, but I like that.
I don't love maker. That that could be anything. I mean, I like the ethic, but if that is our desire to be so broad that making things, I would suggest that maybe I need to go back and reconsider what we have now. You know, the intention here is to be a little bit more specific. These are the things that are permitted. These are the things prohibited. Maker, that could be anything.
Commissioner,
yeah.
Commissioner Abrams and Commissioner Clark then.
I just was going to offer up custom as a word, like, which is just more people know that word than bespoke, but could be custom craft, could be like custom craft work, and I also was thinking the word artisanal, which people may have an allergic reaction to, but also gets at this idea of something which is handmade and not manufactured, possibly custom, but is not necessarily fine art or crafts. I don't know if a bicycle can be artisanal, but.
If bread can be artisanal. Commissioner Clark.
I was just going to suggest artisan goods. That was it.
Can you say it?
Oh, I was just going to suggest artisan goods. So pretty much the same.
Well, I would say artistic product is exempt now. I don't know what the distinction between artisan goods and artistic product is.
I think only that somebody who makes cutting boards may not consider themselves to be an artist, sculptor, composer, or craft person, but they might consider themselves to be a maker of artisan goods. I mean, it might just be as simple as saying craft work and artisan goods.
Such as, and I think it was in my mind, the jewelry making suggested something of a different scale than a handmade bicycle, right? Like that, those two things are and so it was like a whole.
Motorcycles.
Handmade motorcycles.
Yeah. Custom motorcycles.
Sure, if you don't need a machine shop.
Commissioner Dish.
So I'm just wondering, would it just work under craft work, which is jewelry making and pottery? Could we just say jewelry making, pottery, woodworking? It may not be craft so much, but at least we get the woodworking in there. And the bicycle maker will just have to assume that as long as they are not mass producing, we're happy with it.
Craft work or other handmade goods.
Mm-hmm.
Are woodworking businesses appropriate for homes?
Woodworking? Oh, for sure.
Woodworking, but woodworking businesses.
No, not woodworking businesses, but woodworking.
Well, this is about businesses. This isn't anybody making themselves a table or making a table for their
No, right. It's people making things that they like
sale.
might be on commission.
Yeah, is that? Yeah, and so I think.
Or cutting boards to sell, right? Like
shelves. I mean, people do this. Yeah.
And I feel like in Ann Arbor, there's a lot of it. Like, there's an awful lot of it. So.
Yeah. And clothes. I mean, people make clothes and sell them.
So what I'm hearing is, I think I'm hearing that you want more space and more types of businesses to be permitted than what are explicitly approved now. Specifically, more maker, whatever that may be. I still don't like that term because it's awfully broad, but I think what I'm hearing is that you want a greater list of permitted home occupations than what we have here.
And if there are some things, I think that you're right, that there are some things that fall into the maker category that might be that you might not want to actually put in the exempt category, that they should be permitted. And so they have to look to the list number 5 to see like you are beholden to the noise regulations, like as an additional reminder, right? So what we were talking about before, like the place where I think your intention was that they would be covered for like some of these small things would be under 2B, but I'm okay with it going into 3 as permitted. But I do think that there's an awful lot of making that happens that we should accommodate that doesn't fall, that I don't think is on here.
All right. Well, let me look at it.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
As long as it's not mass produced, it somehow has to be really clear that it's like, I'm not making the same cabinet over and over and over again. I'm making a custom cabinet for somebody. And that's an important distinction in terms of just the amount of the setup, the inventory, all that kind of thing, I think is really going to be different for somebody who is, generating 1,000 cutting boards a month versus somebody who's making 3 a month. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Is that?
Yeah, I don't like. I think selling cutting boards, you're gonna be selling the same cutting boards. I don't think every cutting board is going to be a custom cutting board. I think you're going to have a couple of models and you're going to sell them. So I think I'm happy to sort of think about this, but that's my trouble. When you say that, I don't, when you ask me how many cutting boards can I sell before I go from artisanal to mass produce?
Right.
Even if I say you can't sell more than 100, I don't,
yeah,
I'm not going to know. But we can set the standard if for some reason we find out, but.
Custom cutting boards. I got a nice one for my wedding. Like, I mean, we like put oil on that baby for every week for years. It's nice.
Do you cut with it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Once you season it, but I mean, everyone is different. So I would argue that there are custom cutting boards, even if the person makes, many of them to sell it. This is the stuff that gets sold right at the art fair. Like, I feel like those are the kind of people that they're making it. It's their business. Like, they're not selling it from their house. It's their business, but they may be doing that. So, Commissioner Abrams.
I guess I want to propose that instead of, I'm hoping that we can suggest an easy amendment and then not postpone this and have Mr. Leonard have to do more work on it. So I think I would propose changing to B and striking craft work and just saying handmade goods. I think that includes, in my mind, that includes cutting boards. I think bikes are ambiguous, but they could think of themselves in that category if they wanted to, which is what they would want to do. Does that seem too permissive, Mr. Leonard?
Do you think handmade is more broad than craft?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Do you think it has any limits? And is that of concern?
I do. I think it limits things that are made by machine. So there are artisan goods that are made with machines that I think wouldn't qualify.
But that means you can't have a table saw? You have to hand saw it?
I don't know.
And also, if it includes metal, like there are some metal sculptures.
Well, it specifically says no metal work, right? No metal shop, no metal working or machine shop.
So
okay, I take it back then.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I was just gonna throw out there that I think the main difference between the two would be like whether one person does the entire process of the good versus if there's a good that's like done in stages. And so by saying handmade, you're implying that one person is doing the entire production process and it's not being done on like an assembly line. So I feel like that covers what the intent of what we're trying to do is pretty well, even better than craft, I would say. But I don't know, just want to throw that out there.
You also have if it's in section 2B, there's the in residence part to cover this too. That any of the artisans, makers have to live on that premises. So being expansive here, I feel like keeps it to one person. Like, I think that's helpful, right? Commissioner, I think Commissioner Lee, was it your hand that I saw?
Hey, so, I deal with use clauses all the time in commercial leasing, and, landlords try to be as kind of like prohibitive or, say, hey, I want to be as specific. So we do want to a certain extent, and I'm trying to separate, ordinance versus obviously like a use restriction clause. But I think craft work, to me, I'll be perfectly honest, I think it kind of covers really what we're talking about. Crafting something, to me, I think jewelry making, if you guys want to add in, like, not, including but not limited to, so to create a little bit of a widening, but to try and broadening, craft. I'm not sure. I think we're splitting hairs. I would caution, I think, almost against making it too broad. I personally feel that like 2B is kind of, I suppose, broad enough for us to say, and I think it covers custom because the person has to be there. The person has to reside on the premises. And then that craft work, I think jewelry making and pottery is just really kind of specific. And so it doesn't really kind of allude to it, but I think it's arguable. And really the enforceability of this only comes into impact if there is some kind of a, somebody has an issue with it, right? Like no one's gonna see somebody making a bike. I'm not gonna be riding down 7th Street, look at somebody making a bike, inside their garage and be like, hey, that's not craft. So I think it, I personally feel that broadening it up can be a little bit of a slippery slope. I'm always cautioning against it, and that the limitation to the person engaging has to reside on the premises, and the fact that craft is, I think, broad enough already to kind of handle whether it's cutting boards, bicycles, dining room tables. I think there's a furniture, you can't be like stripping and doing all kinds of things that create odor. But I think if we go back to the kind of core purpose of what are we looking to do, we're looking to obviously accommodate the transition of that second to the first place, and allow some of these uses and be specific about it, that we don't want to necessarily go in the other direction and really open it up. So my preference would be to just simply say, I think craft work, I totally get it. Ann Arbor is unique. We got a lot of, just very uniquely talented people here. And we want to make sure that this reflects them. I think craft work should be encompassing enough, and that we should be able to, I would personally just vote on this and would be in favor of it as is. So that's my 2 cents.
We lost Mr. Leonard. I was going to ask a follow-up question.
I'm
The
here.
question that I had is, you mentioned that this year has posed a number of challenges. Is it on this kind of thing? Is it makers that are the problems, or is it some of the other occupations?
I think I think that the ambiguity and some of the restrictive, particularly on the number of trips, has become a barrier to folks that have sort of been pushed into home occupations over the course of the last year. And looking at those, I think I agree that I think we're too restrictive now. I think we want to open up a little bit more than what we are now. And I don't want to say that this has been hundreds of people contacting me. Like this was raised to me, and it's come up a handful. It's come up a handful of times, probably just from an enforcement perspective, pre-COVID. Does 10 trips mean that if FedEx comes, that I can only have 4 people come? And I just think that some clarity and moving this a little bit more open is a good thing for the city. And to just be a little bit more clear. Like, I think we're listing a lot more occupations here that somebody could say, oh, that's what I do. It's definitely permitted. It's not going to address everything as we find out.
is custom made goods too broad?
I think it's broad, but I don't, if you know, so what? I mean, I think
I just think,
I think custom made goods, I mean, if that's the intention, let's be broad. Custom made goods or maker
with
stuff.
no sales permitted on the premises, in my mind, like, again, if it's in the first section, it's only, but it's individuals, like only the people that live there can be employed by that, in that. And it is ambiguous, like it's not setting your mind that we're talking about small jewelry, right? By just leaving out the, for examples. And they're still going to be beholden to noise and neighbor complaints, right? Like everything. So that's, I think that would be my recommendation of changing to read custom made goods with no sales permitted on the premises. But
in addition, in it replacing craft work such as jewelry making and pottery, or like a third line that says custom made goods.
Maybe the third, maybe that could be a third line too. That could be C. Move everything down. Is that what you're? But I saw Commissioner Hammerschmidt and Commissioner Gibrandel.
Well, I think, Mr. Leonard, you said that you got, this is sort of based on some stuff from the American Planning Association, right?
Publication called the 21st Century Model Development Code. That's where I sort of created the bulk of the structure from.
I Googled something. I don't know what I found. This was from 2006 on their website, but it's about like home-based businesses, and it says like home crafts, and then under there it's like including but not limited to dressmaking, knitting, the manufacture of crafts, woodworking, drawing, painting, and sculpting. I mean, I tend to agree that craft is broad enough, and I think I mean I'm fine with whatever. I don't even remember Commissioner Mill's language that you just said.
Custom made goods.
Custom made good. That to me is the same thing almost. I don't know that I'd put it in twice, but I also think that I think that craft is the catch-all. Maybe it's having the like such as jewelry and pottery making that is making people think like, oh, this is like arts and crafts. But that's not necessarily what we're talking about here. I think craft is broader than that, but maybe it's just those like such as. I'd also be fine with changing it to home, whatever. Home. Completely forgot what it was again.
So you were suggesting just cutting out the such as craft work, period.
Yeah.
With no sales permit on the premises.
Or adding more such as, but I think that's making it more complicated. But yeah, I think like, I mean, the definition of craft is sort of like a good, right? So like, I would say either or. I wouldn't do both. Or if we keep craft, I would cut out the such as so people don't think that we're talking about.
I mean, I think craft would be very inclusive. That would be cutting boards, your jewelry, your clothing, your motorcycle, your home furnishings, your candles, you name it.
Mm-hmm.
Craft is pretty broad.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, were you moving to strike such as jewelry making and pottery?
Sure, I will move to strike such as jewelry making and pottery.
Second.
Commissioner Sarah?
Uh-oh.
You loser? Okay, so we have a second.
There you go. Oh, she's back.
Oh, here she's back.
Doesn't like this.
My internet was done with that conversation. Crafts. Okay. That's broad. That's where it froze.
I made a motion to strike the such as jewelry and
I'll second that.
Pottery language.
Great. Thank you. Any discussion of the proposed motion, of the proposed amendment? All in favor to strike the such as and just keep with crafts, to be vague. Great. The question that I have is, if those crafts include metal, is that a problem? Is there now in conflict with, or the arts include metal, or do you not see it that way?
Yeah. I think ultimately we are going to make a judgment whether if you are bending wire into sculptures, it's art. I think if you are probably constructing iron gates, it's probably metalworking. So I would say that there's going to be some level of interpretation of metal-oriented work that's going to fall into a craft, or is going to be of such of intensity that it's probably more akin to a machine shop and a more intensive welding, metal smithing type of organization. So I would say that that's going to be an interpretation we're going to have to make at the city. And I think that's reasonable. There's probably a machine shop, like we probably don't want tool and die as part of that. That has probably more nuisance opportunities, maybe even environmental opportunities. But building bird feeder holders is probably less invasive and probably more like a craft. So I think it's going to require some interpretation, and I think this is still a step forward.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? We've now amended this twice. We've struck some words in 2B, and we struck our two amendments were just striking
on no on-premises inventory from the online or mail order sales, and striking the such as jewelry making, pottery, such as jewelry making and pottery.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote then.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Gabrandel.
Thumbs up.
Okay. Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Dish.
Yes.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes, from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes.
It's very frustrating, Commissioner Lee. All right, motion carries as amended.
Okay, it is 11:20, and so if we take up anything else, we need to vote on it. The thing that's left is our meeting schedule for 2021, which doesn't take hold until July. Can we just put that on the next week's meeting?
I'll just get it done. Come on. I would ask that you just take it up. It's
And
just
vote it.
adopting the schedule, and that's it.
Because I guess we have to do, okay. Can I have a motion to approve the 2021-2022 Planning Commission meeting schedule? Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Lee. Any discussion? We will meet a lot of Tuesdays, except when it's not a Tuesday.
And when there's 5 Tuesdays.
How many months have 5 Tuesdays? I need to know.
Usually 4, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
52 weeks, 48. Yeah.
Didn't that feel like a vacation? It was amazing.
Yeah. Commissioner Lee?
Only thing is that the one that it says April 15th, but I think we reverted it back to the 13th, right, for next week? Or is there another one that was circulated?
So
that's the next year.
Yeah, so this was originally there was something 10A was supposed to be about this year.
Okay.
Now 10A was cut before the meeting. So the new agenda is 10A is for next year.
Oh, whoops. Ignore my inquiry.
Yeah, we were going to change it for the spoiler alert was we were going to change the meeting. We're not going to change it anymore. We're going to stick to the 13th.
Okay.
Next week.
We're good.
Commissioner Abrams.
I wondered, since we're talking about meetings, if we know anything about the continuation of remote meetings versus returning to in-person meeting.
We don't.
Great.
City Hall is closed through the end of April at least. I will. I keep asking. I keep saying. They keep telling me we don't know. So, are you interested in going back sooner?
No. No, I'm interested in the possibility of a hybrid format in the future. I think
Lots
it's
of
worthy of a
interest.
discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of interest in that. We have some tech issues that we need to resolve, but I think that there is a lot of interest in exploring how we can take the positives over this last year. So you are not alone. I think there'll be a lot of evaluation about how we can do that.
Okay, great.
I would hope and expect that, I mean, that while there is still a portion of the population that is not vaccinated, that like, even when we go back, that hybrid would be continued for those of us, like commissioners, not just for audience participation too. Is that what do you think that's part of the hybrid that's being considered?
Yeah, I think it's everything. I mean, I think it's providing more flexibility to commissioners, it's providing more flexibility to the public and petitioners, and potentially providing more flexibility for staff. You know, if it might be different for me to come into a planning commission meeting, but if one of my planners only has to be there for a finite thing and the technology works, Alexis might just remote in for that item. So everything's on the table to look at that. I don't know where we'll end up, but the one thing is, as you noticed from the beginning of the meeting, open meetings has been sort of broadened to provide some more flexibility for that. So I think there'll be more opportunities.
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought this would be quick.
Is there any other discussion? Can we just raise our hands and say yes? All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand or say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Dish?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. We're on to item 11, which is our final opportunity for public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about any item of interest. Public comment can be made by calling 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 929-1620-2435. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. In order to electronically raise your hand, you press *9 on your telephone. When it's your opportunity to talk, you'll get an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. Please move to a quiet area, mute any background sounds, including television, and please state your name and address for the record. We will give it 10 seconds for people to call in.
I see no callers, and I think your introduction provided an adequate delay.
Thank you very much. So, is there any commission proposed business?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Dish. You have the floor. Commissioner Dish?
I can't tell if you can. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry, you all froze, so I couldn't tell. I just would like to ask if we could move up the evaluation of R2A, which is on the work plan of the Planning Commission. Move it up on our list of priorities. I don't think, provided that it's not a very big thing. The issue is to adjust the minimum square foot and minimum width so that people who wish to redevelop properties as duplexes in R2A can actually do it. Because right now the zoning conflicts with the use, with the setback, or I don't know what that means, what table it conflicts with, not the use table, but the lot requirements. And it's just to open that possibility to prevent the creation of the knocking down of small things and the making of giant things. We'd rather knock down small things and make duplexes, or knock down nothing. But so that's my suggestion or my request.
R2A, in the past, we sometimes linked it together with R4C. Is that the intention?
No, I would like you to focus on R2A. Just focus the effort on R2A and not link it to R4C.
Got it. Commissioner Sauvé.
I'd like to commit a working session and maybe invite some developers to talk about affordable housing premiums. I think we've seen specific project examples. We've heard things that it's not working. And again, we have an affordable housing crisis. We have a total housing crisis, and we're losing a lot of development opportunity. And I'd like to understand a lot more about how we put that on the right track.
Any other commission proposed business? All right.
There's a hand raised. If you want to take it.
Yeah. I think that given the hour, we will not. We will adjourn.
Just add any feedback can be provided always to planning@a2gov.org.
Very good, thank you. Adjournment, moved by Commissioner Lee, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. All those in favor, please say yes or raise a hand. Yes. Commissioner Dish? Silence is maybe consent. We at least have 7 of the 8, so.
Yep.
You guys,
we're
again,
adjourned.
y'all froze.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.